with the boo, but keep it a beam. Know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't make top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. Gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot, I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on wet, yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Free Fire Esports World Cup 2024. My name is the 7WG, alongside none other, the amazing Carol Bombshell. How are we feeling today, Carol?
We are very excited today because we are out at the boulevard and we are going to have some fun. Is that right?
The competitives is going to come out again, and we have a perfect game for us. But you know what? I have to be a gentleman, and this is kind of in a way me trying to be nice but not be nice. I want you to go first.
What are you talking about? You don't have to be a gentleman. I'm going to beat you anyway.
Okay, she's definitely going first. You know what, Carl? Here, I will hold the mic for you.
I should have never said that.
Let's see how she does. All right. Okay. The thing is, though, you have to hit it on the side first. You can't just throw it in. You got this. I believe in you.
Okay, let's do this. Nope.
That's one down. Nope.
Okay.
It has to stay inside.
Okay.
Come on. You got this. Oh!
So close. That was so close.
That was close. You know
Okay.
what? It's my turn. It's my turn. Boy, oh boy. My chances aren't looking so good. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 3, 2, 1.
Oh,
Does that count?
Man.
Oh, let's go.
No
I don't even
way.
have to finish it.
No way.
Could I have, oh, one more? One
That's
more?
not fair because he saw me first.
One more?
That's not,
All right, one
that's
more.
not
Here
fair.
you go. Well, that one's definitely not going to count. But you know what, Carol? I'm so sorry. I think it paid off.
You watch me first. That's not even
I'll
fair.
give you a redeem shot. I'll give you a redeem shot. Can we have one more?
He's just
There
trying
you go,
to be
Carol.
nice. What do you really want?
Just, you got this. I believe in you.
Okay. Okay. Let's do it.
You got this.
With my eyes closed.
Oh,
Dang it.
it's
Okay.
harder than it looks, too.
Last time.
Yay! Let's go! Booyah, baby! Whew. Ladies and
Okay.
gentlemen, we hope you guys are enjoying the Free Fire Esports World Cup 2024. And you know what? Since we did end up winning, Carol, I think you get a special prize. Oh, wait for it.
Okay, guys, we have a winner. You ready?
Booyah!
2, 1, we have a winner.
Woo! That's awesome.
Okay, let's move on to our next game. Who's mostly likely to? I will give you some options and you can tell me the name of your team players. Okay, your teammate players. And you can say Bops, Butizin, you can say Renan.
Ela já sabe que tem alguma pergunta ali que vai vir pra ele, né?
MT7. MT7, ó.
MT7.
MT7. Fechou? Qual é o último?
É Looking, Jayu,
Lucas,
Vinicius.
Gil.
Okay, and Jill. Okay, let's start. Who's mostly likely to try a weird combination or weapon when play Free Fire?
Gil, com certeza Gil.
É, o Gil gosta de dar umas
Mano,
trolladas de vez em quando.
Do nada assim tem tipo, vamos dar um exemplo, uma Trogon, que pô, é a arma que todo mundo joga. Aí o Gil vê uma Meg assim, acho que hoje eu vou jogar de Meg.
Mano, Meg tá
Só
ele...
que não é num dia normal, é num dia de um campeonato, pô. Nós jogando um campeonato, ele acha que hoje a Meg 7 tá
Aí ele
boa,
ainda chega
né?
em mim, Caio Buto, a Meg 7 tá boa, você viu, Gil? Para de graça, pelo amor de Deus, vai no certo.
Quem fica louco é o Luking fica louco já,
verdade.
fala na hora. Pô, você vai
Verdade.
pegar a Meg 7 tendo uma Trogon, é campeonato, pô. Fazer o quê?
Verdade,
Ele
verdade.
pega?
Pega
E brinca
e
de
mata
jogar ainda.
Who's mostly likely to give the wrong direction during a gunfight?
Mano,
Eu acho que isso não tem assim. Se eu parar uma cor errada, vai ser eu?
me quebraram essa pergunta
Vai
do
ser o
capitão
Boot,
aqui, né,
pô.
mano?
Butizin?
Boot. Um tiro, tá ligado? Aquele um tiro mentiroso.
Tá um tiro.
Tá um tiro que
Vai
você
lá,
deu.
descarrega o pente no cara e o cara não morre.
Ah, Gil fica doido
três
nessa aí.
capas,
50 de dano, falo que tá um tiro, aí o Gil pula e morre. Mas eu juro que tava um tiro, Gil, eu juro. Às vezes não conta.
Não contou. Quem faz isso é o Gil.
O Gil
fala assim, tá um tiro, aí o Gil. Na minha tela contou.
Na minha tela contou.
Na minha
Quer ver
tela
minha tela?
contou.
Quer ver
mas
minha
na tela
tela?
dele não contou, mas ele na minha tela contou. Eu vi.
Verdade, o Gil também.
Muito bom, muito bom. Who's mostly likely to use a vehicle? to get kills in game?
Pegar kill, Zé Carrinho. Teve o MT7 naquele que ele entrou no caminhão monstro. Isso, vão ver muito no campeonato, tá? O pessoal entrando no caminhão monstro e saindo
verdade.
rodando assim.
O MT7
tentando pegar
fez isso na
kill.
LB. Ele entrou no carro monstro assim e saiu tentando atropelar todo mundo.
Vamos ver muito no
Girando?
endgame.
É,
Vocês
girando.
vão ver que nós vamos usar, pô.
Spoilers here,
com
okay?
certeza.
Spoilers. Shh. Okay. Next one. Who's mostly likely to charge into battle without thinking? Fala.
Bootzinho.
Okay, next one. Who's mostly likely to fall to the blue zone?
MT7. Oxe, cara.
Aí nós não sabemos pros caras, pô. Aí
Não
nós
era do
sabemos
time?
pros caras.
Era do time. O cara
Aí nós não sabemos
desabafou,
pros
mano.
caras, só vem pros caras.
O desabafou na brincadeira, velho. Que isso.
Tell the T,
Eu
okay.
concordo também, não discordo disso aí, mas acho que é MT7. Se for da brincadeira do time, ainda é MT7.
Tá bom. Ai, me quebrou. Who's mostly likely to have a difficult time choosing which weapon to use?
Quem?
Gil.
Porque o Gil tem a loucura de pegar uma arma ou outra.
Ele
do
joga
nada,
com todas.
Gil?
É.
Ele fica na indecisão.
Não, mas não é ruim pro time?
Não, é bom. Sei que qualquer arma que ele tiver, ele vai rebocar todo mundo.
É, que ele...
Ele é igual o Raoni, um jogador versátil.
É.
Um jogador versátil. Juninho, pô. Fera.
Ah, tá bom. Who's mostly likely to take the most time to loot?
Um longo tempo.
Mano, acho que é MT7.
É.
MT7. MT7 demora pra lutear. O Bops às vezes fala, mano, tem que ser rápido, tem que ser rápido. A MT, nossa, calma aí, vou pegar uma coronha ali 10 casas pra trás do loot, aí quando vai ver, meu filho, não, deixa isso aí, vambora. Senão, já sabe, né? Demora muito.
MT7, então, tá bom. Who's mostly likely to accidentally lock his phone while playing? Quem é mais provável de estar jogando lá, ó, e de repente bloqueou o celular?
Bloqueou o celular? Você, né?
É,
Que acontece muito isso, é o boot de bloquear o celular.
é, a barrinha de
Acontecia muito
notificação.
com o Gil também.
O Gil, é verdade, eu e o Gil, acho.
Acontecia muito com o Gil, com os dois.
É que o celular, o jeito de segurar o celular é igual, eu e o Gil. Tipo, é meio parecido. Aí bloqueia aqui embaixo.
Who's mostly likely to have an excuse every time he goes down?
Gil.
Gil também.
Gil é o que mais inventa
O celular
desculpa.
bugou, mano. Ele
Mano, minha net caiu.
Minha net caiu, papo reto, é o Gil.
Várias desculpas.
É Gil, como é que nós chamamos ele? Mike
É o-
Baguncinha.
é o Mike
Baguncinha.
Baguncinha.
É o Baguncinha,
Fica só
só
inventando mentira.
mentira. Quer ver minha tela? Quer ver minha tela? Só assim.
Ai, gente, that was way too good, guys. I have so much fun here. Thank you so much for being here and for us to finish this. I would like to know what you guys are gonna do to take the trophy home. Since you are the world champions.
O que nós estamos dispostos a fazer de tudo, pô.
Mano, o
Dispostos
possível
a
e
fazer
o
de
impossível.
tudo, é.
O que precisar,
É
não
o que
vai
nós
fazer.
mais queremos, é o que nós vamos buscar e pode ter certeza aí que vamos dar o nosso melhor. Se for a vontade de Deus, vamos ganhar.
É
Perfect.
isso aí.
Thanks so much, guys, and I wish you the best of luck in tomorrow's matches.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Segue Flux.
Vapo.
Vapo.
Let's do something really fun. Then we are moving to the part who's most likely to. In this part, players are given a prompt and has to choose a team member that is most applicable to it. Then first, give the wrong direction during a gunfight. What would you guys use a vehicle to get kills in game? Will you do that?
ใครเหรอไม่มี ไม่รู้อ่ะ ไม่มี ไม่มีครับ
Fall to the blue zone.
ไม่มีครับ
Maybe. Have a difficult time choosing which weapon to use.
ไม่มีนะหยิบอะไรได้ก็ใช้ไปก่อน yeah
Pro players. Nice. Never end on a loss.
อ๋อ
We
เอา
all
จริงเล
ทุ
ย
กคนนะ Okay. Take the most time to loot.
ไม่มีนะเดี๋ยวนี้
Maybe.
ปาไว้
Accidentally lock his phone while playing.
เนมเล็ด
Nimlet?
yeah
ทำไม
ก็เล่นอยู่แล้วปุ๊บ
Let's move on to the next game. Who's most likely to? Let's talk about quem é mais provável de. I will give you guys some options and you can say one of your team's mate name. Maybe number 9, Haoni, General, Prox, okay? Okay. Who's mostly likely to try a weird combination of weapon when playing Free Fire?
É só do nosso time ou...
Só do time de você.
Ah, ok.
Nossa, posso falar que é o coach?
Coach?
O coach é o mais possível de fazer essas combinações malucas aí. Porque ele pega uma coisa na mente ali, ó, já era, só ele...
Já é. Até dar certo ele vai lá.
É, então, só ele testando.
Such a great answer. The coach, none of the players. Coach. Okay. Next one. Who's mostly likely to give the wrong direction during a game fight?
Raoni. É ele.
Ela tava até querendo rir.
Ele é mais provável.
Not overthinking,
Ele é
nem
mais
pensou.
provável. Ele ia rir porque era verdade.
É porque eu sou muito trembado, eu vou já aqui. Aí tá que dá errado, né?
Às vezes o nosso time sofre de dislexia. Não, tem cara na direita e o povo atirando pra esquerda. E o cara na esquerda lá, atirando lá. Não, na direita. E todo mundo atirando na esquerda ali, ó.
Do you
Eu.
agree? Você concorda?
Concordo, sempre é eu.
Nerf or buff for Raoni?
Buff.
Nerf. Tem que nerfar, ele é muito bom. Tem que nerfar.
Então tá bom, Nerf. Vamos lá, próximo. Who's most likely to use a vehicle to get kills in game?
Nossa, eu sou maluco de carro.
É uma competição boa, tá? É uma competição boa, mas acho que tá entre eu e a Raoni aqui, ó.
Do you have
Eu
your
não
drive
falo nada,
license?
mas eu só fico pensando aqui. Nossa, aquela aqui é minha, aquela aqui é minha.
Both of you? Os dois? Os dois?
Tá certo.
Okay, both of them. Okay. Who's mostly likely to charge into battle without thinking?
Eu sei quem.
Eu sei também?
No 3. 1, 2, 3, Prox.
Eu pensei que ia ser eu.
Oxe, por que você?
Vai ter hora que eu tô sozinho, eu quase
Ué,
pulo
você
também.
não sabe quem é.
He said
Você.
Prox.
Ah,
but
lembrei.
He thought it was himself.
Prox.
Prox.
Por causa da final do Mundial, que ele viu 3 caras puxando o show sozinho. As pessoas com a peito de aço.
That's triggering.
Tá ficando
Okay.
fraco o Prox.
Aí, ó.
Next
irmão.
one. Who's mostly likely to fall to the blue zone? Você.
Com certeza. Mano, não jogo sem minhas Alpes.
Why? Por quê?
Porque é muita roubada. Não tem como.
Alp
De
dependente.
carapina, eu já não tenho sense.
You
Aí
need
tem
a
que ser uma
double
pizinha.
sniper. Você precisa de uma double sniper aí.
Com certeza.
Com certeza. Ok. Next one. Who's mostly likely to have a difficult time choosing which weapon to use?
Não sei se tem isso no nosso time.
Acho que
Porque é muito
acho que
meta,
não
né?
tem muito assim. Mas eu chutaria que o Prox também. Às vezes ele joga muito de Bisão, às vezes joga muito de Trogon.
É, se fosse nesse caso, seria o Prox.
Meio indeciso.
Aí tem hora que eu tô com frente com essa arma, vai ser
Mas
essa
ele
arma. Aí
amassa com as duas, então fazer o quê, né? É mais fácil pegar as duas, um em
Tá
cada
falando
lote
bem do
saindo
Prox?
matando. Ah, mano, meu parceirinho ele, né? Então tem que, pô, tá ligado?
meu parceirinho.
Ok. Who's mostly likely to take the most time to loot?
Eu acho.
E aí, Raul?
Também tô um pouco nessa briga aí. Então que eu vejo ali um lança, uma arma ali, eu fico, vou ter que pegar essa arma. Mas eu acho mais o Nando.
É, acho que é.
Nando vê um cara de Alp lá longe, vê se o cara morreu, ele vai lá. Ele vai sozinho lá, não fala nada.
Eu fico perguntando. E aí, Jess, dá pra ir? Dá pra ir? Eu fico só...
E indo
fazendo a
devagarinho,
mente
ele fala, dá pra ir, ele
Eu
indo
fico
devagarinho.
Assim, e aí, Jess, dá pra ir? E eu chegando, dá pra ir? Dá pra ir? Aí, não, pode ir eu. Não, peguei já, tô voltando.
Fun fact: so far they never said the name of the captains. Are you guys afraid of your captain's team?
Não, é porque, mano, ele, tipo, ele é equilibrado. Ele é equilibrado, ele, tipo, não tem muito e não tem pouco. Ele tá sempre no meio, tá no equilíbrio.
Tá bom. Who's mostly likely to have an excuse every time he goes down?
Até eu ia falar meu nome aí.
O Raoni ganha essa briga disparada.
Olha pra sua câmera e fala, Raoni.
Raonizinho.
Great, awesome guys. Thank you so much for being here. I wish you the best of
Thank
luck in tomorrow games. Muito obrigada por vocês estarem aqui. E eu espero que vocês tenham uma ótima sorte amanhã no jogo de vocês.
Amém.
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 Go Miners. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Você gostaria de jogar um joguinho comigo, Iago?
Vamos embora, né?
Fazer aí um combo de armas, assim, um tanto quanto, assim, fora da caixinha. Tipo, pegou 2 snipers.
No caso, entre nós dois só, no caso, né?
Não, do time todo. Pode falar o nome do time todo.
Mano, o Cauã.
É o Cauã.
O Cauã. Do nada, bate umas doideiras nele. Não, vou jogar de double up também.
The captain team goes crazy.
Do nada a gente tá com
Do nada, é.
2 suporte?
do
Oh
nada.
my heavens. Ok. Quem é mais provável de dar uma call errada aí durante uma trocação?
O Drax. O Drax.
É muito
O
relativo
Drax.
isso, não.
Dá um tiro, fica tá um tiro, e não fica.
É pra dar confiança pro time, é diferente. Não é errada.
Quem é mais provável de usar o veículo para garantir aquelas killzinhas?
Acho que mais eu e o Lost por aí. Caso a gente pode encostar, sei
É,
lá.
os rushadão, os rush é Lost e Drax mesmo.
É, acho que é mais eu e o Lost mesmo.
Ok.
Pra garantir umas killzinhas pra uns carros.
Quem é que vai assim, rushando sem pensar, tá nem aí pro time, só vai deixar todo mundo pra fora, tá nem aí?
Esse aqui.
Não tem jeito, aí eu não
Tá
posso
numa
negar.
troca do nada. Tropa, muitos caras comigo. Se enfia no meio de todo mundo.
E vocês vão lá salvar?
Não posso negar.
Ah, tem que ir, né?
Aí tem que dar a vida pelo cria, né?
E depois?
Aí depois...
Não, depois se deu tudo certo, tá tudo bem. Mas
Mas
se
se deu
errou, aí
errado-
fudeu, aí lascou.
Aí lascou tudo.
Fun. Quem é mais provável de ir direto pra Zona Azul?
Iago.
Eu. Double bite, não tem como. Double sniper é muito bom.
É as armas que ele gosta, né?
Quem é mais provável de ter dificuldade em escolher qual arma quer usar?
Mano, é eu ou vocês. Por conta tem muito sniper e tem muita arma de vídeo pra vocês.
É,
Não, acho que sou eu mesmo.
acho que é tu, pô.
Você é indeciso?
Aham, sim.
Quem é mais provável de levar mais tempo luteando?
Iago.
Eu.
O cara é doido por loot.
Não tem como, tem que ficar forte, né? Pra poder correr da partida, tem que
Pô,
estar
tu não
bem de
consegue
loot.
decidir a arma que tu quer. Você ainda cai na Zona Azul. E aí você também demora mais tempo pra lutear?
Ah, é foda,
O cara
né?
gosta de lutear, fazer o quê, né?
Quem é mais provável de bloquear o telefone na hora que tá jogando? Apertar o botãozinho lá e bloquear, e aí sair do jogo.
Não, acho que eu já. Pelo jeito que eu jogo, é.
Deixa eu ver o tamanho dessa mão aí. Let me see your hand side. Ok, that explains
Ele
why.
sempre ficava azul. No começo que você jogando no celular,
É, então.
ele tava jogando, ele... Pô,
Eu
desliguei a
desligava o
tela
celular.
sem querer. Meti
Toda
uma
vez eu
dessa.
desligava.
Isso é por causa da mão?
É.
É
E do
mesmo?
jeito que eu jogo também.
Como é que é?
Eu jogo meio que assim, ó. Com esses dois dedos, né? Aí eu seguro meio estranho o celular.
Ok,
Aí acabo desligando sem querer.
ok. Quem é mais provável de dar bastante desculpa toda vez que cai? Eu acho que eu tenho uma pessoa em mente, mas quero ouvir a resposta de vocês. Quem é que mais cai nesse time aí e dá desculpa?
Quem, menor?
Fala tu.
Mano. Calma.
Calma,
7.
Fala os dois
Calma,
juntos?
sete.
Vai,
calma,
1,
sete.
2, 3.
Calma, 7.
O homem é rei.
The captain. Ok, ok. Nice.
Uy, yo creo que Justin. El que le gusta que llevarse doble good picker o,
Ah, sí,
o cualquier
siempre.
otra arma por...
Pero a veces lo cagamos a pedo o algo, pero
Sí.
siempre le mete igual. No le importa,
Sí,
pero sabe manejarlo igual.
Yo creo que sería Justin o...
Sí, Justin.
Sí, Justin,
Creo que opinamos lo
definitivamente, sí. Yo creo que sería yo ese, la verdad, sí. La comunicación de repente se me complica y
Es verdad, sí. Le
aparte
falta
tengo un poquito de dislexia y ahí me...
falla un
se
poco
me
a veces.
falla.
sí.
Sebas, ¿no?
El Seba, el loco,
Sí,
el
sí,
que siempre hace todo.
El que se lanza como sea. Sebas, yo creo que sería.
Ajá. El que siempre inventa.
Pero principalmente Sebas, ¿no?
Seba.
O Justin. Cuando
Seba
no
o
escucha Justin y
Cuando no
porque
hacen
quiere y
cuando
por
no
más
me
que
hacen
escuche,
caso, van y
Sebas, sí.
son ellos
Todos,
dos.
pero especial Sebas y Justin. Sebas también, por querer sacar las kills.
Cuando a veces queremos hacer
Sí,
alguna
claro.
jugada 3 y 1, mandamos
creo-
Seba a zona azul.
Sebas.
Seba.
Sí, que te gusta llevar que
La
X
dudo porque a veces, ponele, cuando encuentro una pepa, me cuesta
Sí.
elegir qué arma llevar de corta o de larga.
Y de larga también.
Y opinamos, 1, 2, 3, Seba.
Pues yo creo que Sebas
Sebas,
sería
sí.
el que hasta que no gane se va.
Hasta que no gane siempre está todo el día jugando, jugando,
Sí.
jugando.
Yo sería.
Él,
Sí,
Rafael.
yo soy el que más tarde. O Justin. No.
No, eso vos,
Sí,
es
soy
Rafa.
yo, soy yo.
Rafa tarda mucho. Creo que a todos nos pasó,
Pues a
pero
todos nos ha pasado alguna vez, pero
en sí a todos.
que pase muy seguido no.
No, que no, nos pase
sea.
muy seguido, pero a todos nos habrá pasado alguna vez.
Yo
Rafa.
creo que yo. Sí, soy el que más se excusa. Pero también el que más cosas le pasan, entonces.
soy yo.
Sí, la verdad.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Free Fire Esports World Cup 2024. My name is the 7GG alongside Carol Bombshell. And Carol, we're in a bit of a hurry because today is Point Rush Day.
That's correct. So there's no time to make any mistakes. Go big or go home because tomorrow is the grand finals.
And today is going to determine which team is going to end up coming in with an advantage in regards to points. Because as we mentioned, we got to go, go, go.
Let's go.
Survivors, welcome back back to the Free Fire Esports World Cup. We started the competition with 18 teams, and now we are down to our top 12. 6 teams have had their dreams crushed here in Riyadh. Their keys in the hydraulic press, and with that, we have our top 12. It's Point Rush Day. We're getting ready for the grand finals. And you know what that means? We're getting ready to crown our champion. But before we do Point Rush today, I do need to welcome my wonderful analysts, because this trophy is what everyone is aiming for. And to reach that, you're going to have to play at the pinnacle of Free Fire. But we must welcome my wonderful analysts. Please welcome these 3 wonderful gentlemen. I have Sir Cloud, I have Neptune, and Hauler. Gentlemen, welcome to the stage. It's amazing to see you again. At that start, these boys are ready to go just like our players. I love you guys. You're great. How are you feeling?
Feeling great, feel excited right now, especially that we have our top 12 from the knockout stage and they're ready to get the head start points. But I'm feeling that it might not be the same as what we've seen for the knockout stage. They might not be giving it all.
Well, I would disagree with that. We have seen hearts broken from the group stage by the tiebreaker, so every point matters.
Every point matters. I mean, we saw that tiebreaker. It was very close, but going into this one, we're down to the 4 countries, and we're going to see who actually is going to get that head start going into the finals.
That head start is massive as well. So some people might think 8 points for first place. Like, what does that really mean? It's grand finals, folks. You need every point is going to make that journey to first place a little bit easier. But to kick things off, let's have a quick look at our tournament format today, just so you guys know where we are at in the competition. So we finished up knockouts yesterday, as we unfortunately had to say goodbye to 6 teams. 6 keys have been crushed. And with our remaining 12 teams, with Point Rush Day, Neptune, how does this work for people that might not follow the Free Fire scene?
Well, this is where they get a few more points that they can use or that can add up from the beginning of the grand final. So it would help them, especially if they are not doing well based on experience on the knockout stage.
Yeah. Now we do also have our point system as well. So if you guys are a little bit confused, you might be new to Free Fire, this is how you secure your points for the competition. So our general point system per round, mosey on over to the left-hand side. Teams that secure first place per round will be getting 12 placement points. These points are simply your placements depending on how you end your round. Unfortunately, bottom 2 per round are going to take home no placement points at all. However, there are elimination points, and every elimination that your team gets will be securing that 1 point for your team. And for Point Rush, depending on where you place in your matches for the remaining of today, these are how many points you're going to start off with in the grand finals tomorrow. Again, extremely important, because we don't know how these games are going to happen tomorrow. We don't know if it's going to be our top dogs or maybe an underdog slipping in through the shadows and swiping away that first place. We truly don't know until those games begin, Hauler.
Yeah, definitely. And it's one of those situations where, you know, you want to get the best foot forward, especially going into the grand finals. So scoring as highly today is the most important thing.
Yeah, so again, you don't want hearts to be shattered because the prize pool is big.
The prize pool is massive. So let's take a look at the prize pool very quickly so we know what the teams are competing for. It's not just the trophy, but also a lion's share of that prize pool. So at this point of time, we already have teams slotted in from 13th to 18th place. Unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to 6 teams. However, 1st to 12th, all of these spots are open. We have not locked in any teams yet, but we will be finding out their final placements tomorrow. But for first place, $300,000. I mean, you get the lion's share. That's what you're aiming for, gentlemen.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this will help the organization, will help the team as well to grab a few more, any upgrades, anything that they would need to be better each match, each tournament overall.
Before we start Point Rush, however, folks, we do have a quick recap of what happened on day number 3. So let's have a look just so you guys know where we are at here at the Esports World Cup. And here are our overall rankings for our knockout stage. So as you can see, our top 12 teams, we have Loud, Boram, Team Falcons, AG Global, EVOS Esports, RRQ, Twisted Minds, Team Solid, P Esports, Netshoes Miners, Gaming Gladiators, and Fluxo. And unfortunately for everyone from 13th place onwards, they will not be competing today. They will be sitting in the audience stands with our remaining audience members. Now, these rankings now mean nothing. It's basically saying these teams, they have made it into the grand finals. You are not getting extra placement points. You don't get anything. We have a fresh reset for our top 12 teams. Neptune, are there any teams that we kind of saw yesterday making it through? And actually, before we have a look at that, just a quick look here, folks. These are some of the keys that have already been crushed. We see Falcons holding onto one of the other team's keys. We don't get to see the names on these keys, but this is what happens when you don't make it through. If you're not the champion, your key, it's going to be crushed and it will be put into the trophy case.
Yeah, I mean, crushed along with the dreams of heading and grabbing that championship. That really hurts. And our heart goes to the bottom 6 after knockout stage. Well, more to AGG, because that was
so close.
Very, like I did say that it's a good way to end the day, because they can keep thinking and then use that motivation for the next tournament. But from the beginning, it will be heartbreaking.
Yeah, it was hard to watch for Riyadh Esports and Hotshot Esports as well. They could not do anything about their points in the final day because they were done with their games and they had to sit back home, watch the game and just pray that they still go through. But then again, the points weren't enough.
Yeah, and there's that saying where you win or you learn, and we saw a lot of learning. These 6 teams are going to go back home. They're going to, again, just watch the VODs and then learn, like basically find out their mistakes.
Hopefully this is going to be something that pushes them forward in their esports career. But we actually have our top 5 plays ready. So let's have a look and see what were our top 5 plays yesterday in the knockout stage.
And this push is only going to get worse. Max Team 7, okay with the grenade launcher. Blows out Liam, can't find a knockout punch though. The grenade out good, time turner. And a counter push from the side of Gaming Gladiators. Netshoes Miners gets eliminated by Jota Temp. Red Side comes through with a katana. And the slash on the garbage face dash, the chop first blood.
Gaming Gladiators going for the booyah. They drop 1, they drop 2, but they lose left. AGG still trying to do the impossible. AG's out. AGG's still alive.
That blue is going to start to turn and take the portal straight into disaster as one more in 18 Deer. Waiting, 18 Deer pulling it up again. Runs and fights the reload, 18 Deer.
Very rarely do we see one player hogging the spotlight. This man is named 18D. I think this man has had 3 highlights over the course of the competition so far. And he's probably had some of the most exciting Booyah moments, Cloud.
Yeah, and also let's remember for 18D, he was the FWSC Week 3 Predator as well, and he performed among all the giants in Thailand. And seeing him able to perform here at this stage again, I mean, he's just proving why he's such an important player for the team.
Yeah, and I mean, you're kind of seeing every time that they lose or he dies, the team just kind of falls off. Right, he is the catalyst of that team. He brings a lot to it, and you got to keep him alive because he's an absolute monster.
Well, the question here I have is 18D possibly going to be targeted here? Because teams have got to look at Gaming Gladiators and they say, okay, we know this man is an issue. Do we just get rid of the entire team? Just throw the whole kitchen sink at this man, because we've seen time and time again, you leave him alone and he just solo queues the entire lobby.
One thing I would say is that has happened a lot from the FFWS Southeast Asia. 18 has this rusher spirit. He always rushes into the gameplay, and I remember the questions that were being asked, like post-show or pre-show, and he might be one of the players from this team from GG that will be answered as the one rushing in without thinking, because it's all instinct for him, and it just shows how well he can do it.
Yeah, and you kind of think about it like during a fight when it's all messy and you wouldn't be thinking like, oh, did I get him? Did I not get him? You just shoot whoever that's in front of you, and if you happen to get him, great. But the fact that he always survives, so he knows how to position himself, he knows when to get into a fight, when to get involved, when not to, and that's why he can pull off with those touches.
Yeah, I'm a little worried though. We're hyping him up. He's making all these highlight reel plays, and the viewers at home are like, oh, I can do that. And I don't want to see that in my pubs. He's a professional. Please let him do his thing. You're not that good. Go with a buddy, please.
Well, you're not that good. Okay, strong
Shots
words.
fired. Boom, shots.
Strong words from this man on the edge here. We do have our players rolling into the stadium. They're getting ready to play. I'm kind of wondering, what are these players thinking of? I'm seeing, you know, all kinds of emotions here. Smiling faces, some serious expressions as well. I do foresee some of these teams just feeling absolutely terrified as well, because when you are playing at such a high level of competition, you are playing with the best of the best in the entire world. And we've already seen these teams playing in their groups. So now that we have the best 12 teams in the competition now lumped into a group together, what are you even thinking about at this point? Are you trying to focus down the top dogs? Are you trying to dodge the top dogs? Do you want to feast on the small guys? Like, what do you want to do here?
I know the competition dates are like back-to-back, like everything all after the other. But I guess Point Rush Day is one where they can chill, they can use a few more tactics, they can try new tactics, and that they can use for grand final. So it might be a chill day for them unless you're at the bottom who really wants to grab the additional 8 points if you place number 1 in Point Rush.
Yeah, as someone who has managed a team, I can say that focus on yourself. That is going to be most important here. Just like how we're going to focus on these maps.
Yep, so it's going to be the standard map rotations here. No changes at all, minus the question mark there, the random map in slot number 6. Very big question. I think a lot of teams are kind of wondering here, but Bermuda, I mean, this is a great way to start the day here. A map that everyone is comfortable with. But Neptune, I see you are a man of culture, a man of numbers, a man of stats. I love asking you these kinds of questions. What teams are really looking forward to Bermuda? Because I know everyone can play Bermuda, but some teams just play Bermuda better than others.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, on the list on the knockout stage, we have Team Falcons, Evos, Divine, as well as Team Solid, who really topped off. And you might be wondering, why are those on the top spot of the knockout stage are not on there? It's because we started it off day 1. They didn't show up that much, and then they just grab a few more of the points from the other maps.
Yeah, let's not forget as well that RRQ opened up the tournament with the first Booyah in this map as well, so they could potentially be looking forward to this map as one of their comfort maps.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams that are kind of finding that comfort maps, but what we're seeing right now, especially in the knockout stage, was a lot of trends. Some teams really strive on certain maps, and that random one could be the difference maker going in the end.
Now, to all of our viewers as well at home, if you haven't already, submit your predictions, because we'd love to hear who you think is going to take the trophy, who will be our champion. Head on over to stcplay.gg to submit your predictions. We want to hear your thoughts. We kind of have some predictions, but do we want to share them again for anyone that might be a little bit late to the party? I feel like I kind of have to share mine because I haven't really had an opinion. When I came in, I thought Fluxo was going to take everything, but I'm on the fence now. I don't know if this team is going to be able to do it. Neptune, has your prediction changed thus far?
It hasn't. It's still the same. Like, it's Buriram United, Team Falcons. Both teams showed up early on, and Team Solid. The moment they got introduced into knockout stage, they were on point. They're not really worrying compared to what Fluxo did, but there's still hope for Fluxo though, so don't worry.
Well, as a man of culture, I'm sticking to my guns. Ladies and gentlemen. I predict that Falcons above Buriram. Buriram's still there, but then again, Falcons above Buriram from day 1, so I'm still sticking to my guns.
Okay. I went with Buriram first. I think that they're the most solid team here. Leading into the second team, which is, of course, Team Solid. They didn't have the greatest knockout stage, but I think they still have a lot of potential. They haven't really opened that. But to your point, Danny, you picked Fluxo, and I think it's a great pick. There are 3 members of Magic Stars that won, again, the FFWS last year, 2023, so it makes a lot of sense. They just haven't performed.
Maybe they're hiding strats. We never know. But speaking of Fluxo, I think this is a really great time to sort of talk about this team because I think there are now a lot of question marks about this team. Can Fluxo pull it off? Because we know this is a very accomplished team. It's individually, the players are extremely skilled. But from what we have seen already, this team barely made it to Point Rush. They actually made it through based on tiebreaker rules. And if you guys don't know how tiebreakers work, in the case of Fluxo, they were tied for points in 12th place, but they made it through because they had more eliminations. So after seeing them scrape on by, is this where we see the team step up? Like, what are we kind of feeling here for Fluxo?
Well, I think they learned a lesson. I'm not quite sure if it's something that they intend to do, like day number 1 is just slow, and then they tried on day number 3. But right now, I think head on, start in the game of Grand Finals or even Point Rush, they will be grabbing as much point as possible because as Holler mentioned, I mean, 3 players coming from one of the World Series Championship.
All right, looks like we do have an interview lined up with Fluxo, so let's see what the players have to say before we kick things off today at the Free Fire Esports World Cup.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Free Fire Esports World Cup 2024 on what's going to be Point Rush Day. My name is the 7WG alongside Carol Bombshell and none other than Gio from Fluxo Esports, a team that was barely able to qualify to right now the weekend. How are you guys feeling after such a nail-biter day yesterday?
Como vocês estão se sentindo depois das partidas de ontem terem sido muito difíceis, especialmente a última que vocês estavam assim para se classificar?
Eu acho que na hora foi uma mistura de muitas emoções negativas, porque a gente nunca passou por essa situação de ter que brigar para classificar. A gente sempre estava brigando ali pelo topo e tá nessa disputa aí para conseguir essa vaga foi uma sensação, tipo, o coração acelerando, a torcida lá, tipo, agoniada, a gente esperando tabela, tendo que depender de desempate. Então acho que na hora foi uma sensação muito ruim, mas deu um alívio, porque a gente sabe que a gente pode muito mais e a gente vai melhorar 500% para esse dia de Point Rush, essa final e tentar trazer o título para o Brasil novamente.
They felt like they were in a roller coaster of emotions because they were always fighting to be on the top 1, especially because they are Free Fire World Series champions. And right now they felt like, okay, we cannot be like, we cannot be in the bottom. We should definitely keep it up and step it up with our games because we came here to win.
And that's what a lot of people are expecting. I was even expecting that. So with that said, you guys are one of the favorite teams to win this whole event. Are you guys still feeling like you can definitely come out with the win?
Vocês, com certeza, são um dos times que tem mais expectativas para vencer esse campeonato, porque são os campeões mundiais. Você acha que vocês ainda têm chance de vencer?
Eu acho que sim, querendo ou não, a final, ainda mais tendo essa pontuação bônus, são 2 dias de preparação, 1 dia de preparação, na verdade, para o grande dia. E eu acho que é um dia que quem acordar melhor vai conseguir esse título, porque são 12 times que brigaram muito, são 12 times que têm muito potencial, então acho que qualquer um pode sair com a vitória. Mas acho sim que a gente tem esse favoritismo, tanto por ser os atuais campeões.
For sure, they feel like they can win this, even though they had a hard time throughout the competition, but they got everything that they needed. They are confident and they have practiced a lot, especially because today, for the point rush phase, they can practice new things, set new strategies, but they are very confident, even though they feel like the other teams can also have good potential to win.
Well, I'm still confident in them. I might be a little bit biased. I want Brazil to win. Obrigado, obrigado. Back to you guys.
Glad to hear that Fluxo are still feeling pretty confident coming into Point Rush, but it's going to be a bit of an uphill battle for this team, and we'll have to see if they can bounce back. But let's talk about the storyline here for this grouping, because we do have a number of incredibly strong teams, strong regions, and the question is whether or not we're going to be seeing some changes. So we have so many tied teams occupying the top of the bracket, and of course we have Loud sitting pretty in first place as well, and Indonesia pretty close behind as well. Are we going to see this dynamic change coming into Point Rush?
Ooh, I mean, Point Rush is still pretty important, right? So I think these teams will still try to get as much as possible from the Point Rush stage, especially not only us at the panel talking about Thai teams, but also if you look at the interviews, a lot of them have a lot of respect for the Thai teams as well as Loud.
Yeah, and I think Husky said it best in the sense that, like, Free Fire is very competitive if you take out the Thai teams, right? And I think that they're still at the top.
Yeah, I mean, a reason why Loud is in the mix as well because they move like the Thai team. So they're Brazilians, but they're pretty much like the Thais.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. It looks like we're just about ready to kick things off here. So let's pass it over to the stage and get ready to welcome our top 12 teams and kick off game number 1 here for Point Rush.
After an intense 3-day group stage, our 12 Free Fire finalists have been decided here at EWC. We said goodbye to 6 teams as both their dreams and their keys have been crushed right here on this stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Free Fire at EWC. We are your hosts, Yoso, and here's our amazing new launch today. With eliminations behind us, we now look to find out which squad is going to be the best of the best.
Absolutely, and today though is all about speed and determination, where our finalists can gather bonus points to help them out in their run, starting off in tomorrow's grand final. But since we're talking about our players, how about we introduce them to our stage?
Yes, and let's go. Moving on to our first team from Vietnam. They are Don't Cry, Nero, LBT, and Hoang An. Welcome, P Esports!
Giu, Bucin, Bops, and MT7. From Brazil, it's Fluxo!
From Brazil, Tattoo, Nick, Trabi, and Guasha. They are Team Solid!
From Brazil, Nando, General, Raoni, and Prox. They are Netshoes Miners!
From Brazil, Iago, Kawan, Lost, and Drax. They are Loud!
From Thailand, Du, Cypher, Caramel, and Stop. Please welcome AG Global!
From Indonesia, Razor, Mal, Dudes, and Abe High. They are RRQ!
From Thailand, Puna, Wasana, Jonah, and Moshi. They are Buriram United Esports!
From Indonesia, Gede, Ray, Aim God, and Abax. They are EVOS Esports!
From Thailand, one more, Peter, On Fire, and Cosq, the hometown heroes, Team Falcons!
From Indonesia, 18 Deer, Lim, Kasil, and Raz. They are Gaimin Gladiators!
And last but not least, Sming, Naples, Diamond, and Exposi. They are Twisted Minds!
I definitely can feel the heat right now. The Point Rush stage is about to begin. And the question for today is, who is consistent enough to earn those headful points?
It's very important today, Yunso, to gather those points. You thought outside was hot, it is even hotter in here. So how about we find out who those teams will be? We'll give it back to our casters to kick off game number 1.
Thank you, Milos. Thank you, Yoon Sol. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my name's AJ. I'm the Mustacho down here with the one and only Husky, your casters for the first 3 games, and it is going to be an exciting day. Yes, it's Point Rush, but it's also the day of research for those who really like to study hard.
Absolutely. We've seen a bit of a roster change, and it's only just BRU, right? Finally fielding Funa after the knockout stage is done and dusted. We have witnessed poetry in motion, and now my attention is set on one and one team only, Fluxo. How crazy would it be for them to defy the odds and win the whole thing based off of yesterday's tiebreaker?
Then they will get exactly what they have wanted all this time, which is to have their names in our mouths throughout the whole broadcast, not just on Point Rush, but also on the Grand Finals day. Because if they can really break away from their struggling moments out there on the battlefield and prove to the rest of the teams that they are not here just to fill in a couple of roles, but to really fight for the title, it's going to be an exciting Grand Finals tomorrow.
And especially when the region of, for example, Brazil and Thailand and even Vietnam having one representatives, right? Basically, the entire region in full attendance in this Grand Finals. Indonesia just missing out on Onyx Olympus, but for a team like Fluxo, I think a lot of fans have noticed that ever since they won the World Series last year, Yago left the team, went to Lao, and it has never been the same, right? Almost feels like no Yago, no Fluxo. MT7 has been struggling in his role. This is his first international tournament. He's feeling the jitters a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And Loud with Yago just seems like they may just be our new world champions. But before we bring it there, we want to see if or not they can conquer EWC. Thus far, they've managed to conquer the group stage. But there is also a couple of teams that are kind of holding themselves back, right? Team Falcons, I don't know what's up with them, but on day 1 of performance, technically day 2, they didn't go all out. Their performance yesterday almost tripled the number of points of what they showed up with on day 2.
Yeah, absolutely, right? There are teams that really stepped up from their their first day of knockout stage, and there are teams that went for a nosedive. Twisted Mind, for example. Incredible day 1 performance, and the day after that, they completely went down on the spiral. So hopefully, it's just kind of a speed bump in the journey towards the Grand Finals. At the end of the day, what matters is tomorrow, right? Today gives you a bit of a head start, but if you win tomorrow, you not only get the Covenant title of EWC champion, you also get a direct slot to FFWS Global, which is happening in Rio de Janeiro end of the year.
Absolutely. And of course, if Loud wins this, they obviously get to be a little bit more loud on their home turf. If one of the Thai teams win it, then obviously, you know, they bring in a little bit of extra buff with them when they move on into Rio de Janeiro, right? Now, here's the biggest question. Are we going to see a huge switch in playstyle coming through from Buriram United Esports? Because they just took Get High out of the roster. They threw in Funa. And the last time we checked in, Funa is a guy that does not think. He just runs on out there. He shoots up a couple of players. He lays up bodies all around and picks up massive numbers of points. And he's not even the deadliest player on the roster.
Absolutely, right? When you look at BRU as a team in general, I said this a couple of times, every single one of those players is a team on their own, right? One-man armada. There's this commercial in my head that I've been replaying the entire time. Have you ever wondered how hard it is to deal with Wasana? Do you want to know how hard it is to deal with 2 Wasanas? Introducing Funa to the roster.
Absolutely. And of course, when we were, tuning into FFWSC Spring, Funa made a bunch of mistakes in the early parts of the competition. And I had, great questions, right? Because this guy just kept rushing at his opponents, kept giving it away for Buriram. Buriram really suffered. But the bounce back was just phenomenal, not just from the team, but from himself, right? Funa just showed up out of nowhere from missing so many of those shots to absolutely demolishing squads out there on the battlefield. And to bring him out on Point Rush, not even in the group stage, this team's up to something.
In less than 2 weeks, it overtook what Wasana did in 4 weeks. So that's a crazy performance. But then you have the sole representatives of Vietnam, which is PE Sports, right? They had a pretty decent finish by the end of their knockout stage run. I think they were placed 6th. And then after yesterday, they were placed 9th. Not too shabby. At least they still made it to top 12. But it does make me wonder, how is PE Sports going to survive this environment?
Yeah, I'm not too concerned about PE Sports because this is the kind of team that doesn't perform until they're forced to perform, right? We saw that in the group stage of FFWSC as well. You would have not thought that they would end up in the top 3, but then they did exactly that. They came in second and absolutely shocked the world. I did not know PE Esports had that sort of a fight in them.
I think this is also a breath of fresh air for the Vietnamese scene in general, right? We've been so used to Team Flash, for example, but it almost felt like a disappointment every time they stepped onto the bigger stage. Maybe PE Esports can change that narrative, same as how Team Solid and Netshoe Miners are here to change the narrative for the rest of Brazil. People talk about Lau and Fluxo so often, and these two teams are here to prove that they can also stand toe-to-toe with the best.
Yeah, PE Esports just got sick and tired of Flash just throwing away those opportunities, not qualifying for the finals from the group stages, and they said, you know what, we'll just do it on our own, and I'm really happy to see the growth of these players out there on the battlefield. But of course, we also have to talk about the team that has got so much of support out there at that STC arena, Team Falcons. They have been phenomenal. They have been explosive. In FFWSC, they showed us exactly what they're capable of, the element of surprise. And that element of surprise could just be pulled out once again. Not today. I'm expecting to see that tomorrow.
Yeah, they have been really tearing up a storm, right?
Yeah.
Again, day 2 when they debuted on their first 6 rounds wasn't really the best. You know, 50+ points. And then day 3, they almost tripled that. Cosq finally coming online, awakened with that Grenadier performance. So hopefully today it's going to be a lot more exciting because Game 1 is about to kick off as we head into Bermuda.
It's the map where everything started for the game of Free Fire. And the flight path from Carradine all the way down to Rim Nam Village. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are going to be guaranteed some hot drops.
Absolutely. And I want to see how Fluxo bounce back. I want to see how Gaming Gladiators bounce back because they didn't have an easy way coming into top 12 as well, right? Only getting 1 extra point compared to Fluxo. But with this flight path, hot drops feels inevitable.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Now Fluxo, first ones out of the flight into Cape Town. In fact, spreading out throughout Cape Town as well as Carradine. They've got 2 different areas to go in here and loot up. But early drops coming on through. You have Team Solid going up against Buriram United at peak.
I feel like we've seen this multiple times, even from Mobile Masters until now. These two teams love peak.
And Team Solid is a rematch, bro, from day 1.
Absolutely. Team Solid is the only team that will constantly do this because they are that confident they could beat Buriram.
And the question is whether or not Buriram is going to turn their fate around. Team Solid seems to be backing away from Buriram for the time being, focusing on that loot first. It is a 50-50. When you do take a hot drop like this, you never know what weapon you're going to get. And this is exactly what we saw on that day 1. Solid backed away, Buriram rotated away. This was exactly where that showdown happened. And right after Team Solid managed to pick up all of the loot that they were looking for, they got those guns, they went in there for the snuff. Team Loud, on the other hand, a little bit of trouble here. Kawan down already, but they did manage to trade out Proc 7.
I mean, it's still a 1-for-2. Not that worth for Loud, losing Kawan and Yago in the same span, and there's not really much space for them to work with. They rotate out of Catalyst. Not much, no vending machine, so Yago has to go to the graveyard. At least for Lost getting that revived in the meantime, but BRU and Team Solid, so disciplined in their approach.
Absolutely, man, and I'm a little worried for Buriram here because we saw how that slow and steady pace for Team Solid just got them that solid victory over them on the day 1 of the group stages. Nobody expected Buriram to get snuffed out in that way. Starting things off with a decent grenade. Jonah responds with a cluster of his own. Moshi Wasana, they move on in for the ambush. The backup is there from Jonah as well. Bison in hand as Moshi awaits. But Team Solid responds with the grenades, forcing them away once again.
Very, very good peel from Team Solid, making sure that they don't let BRU dictate the pace of the fight, but now it's Team Solid's turn to go on the offense. BRU, they're all around the corner, sticking together. Nick 7 to be gunned down by Jonah, and BRU finds the opportunity, but Tatu 13 with the backup. Good glue wall from BRU to separate the battlefield as Jonah finds the first elimination of this fight.
Yeah, many Mag 7s out there on the battlefield being used. The Trogon not in action just yet. Guaka has got a medkit to work with. Tatu, full health, he can engage, but needs to wait for Trap 7 as well. It's all about the timing and recovery here for Team Solid, and they do not want to take a lot of risks. They back away for the time being.
I love the decision for Team Solid, noticing when it's appropriate to call it quits, but they still need to buy distance, though. Guasha already down. Jonah not relenting on his pursuit. The rest of BRU wants to make a statement once and for all that peak belongs to BRU.
Well, it's just point rush, so if they fail today, they can try again tomorrow. This is a preview of the grand finals. The 12 teams you see here, you will see tomorrow as well. Mistakes can be recovered. Of course, you do throw away a couple of very important rush points. Those bonus points will definitely make a huge difference. If we do have another tiebreaker, Diu, unfortunate, down very early, does not have that sniper in hand to dance around. Cypher with the Trogon on the other hand, backing up Caramel, who backs away, taking away lives from PE Esports. Unfortunate for the Vietnamese squad, but at the vending machine, LBT buys back Wang An. That's his insurance for him to run away in the meantime.
And Huang An will decide to fly towards Factory, which is currently unoccupied. So good spot for PE Esports to find that safe haven and reset for the upcoming skirmishes. But that means Clock Tower falls into the hands of AG Global. They can stay there for as long as they want and even get a chance to gatekeep RRQ Kazu if RRQ decides to go that way.
Yeah, and Clock Tower is definitely a super fort if you are already there first. So RRQ at a disadvantage when they do appear. Diamond with the shots from afar. Drax out of the equation already. Lost 21 in a lot of trouble here. Apex, good glue wall. He pulls it right back up. Drogon not going in for the snuff just yet. Lost 21. It is the M1887, but still cannot respond. And Ray from afar gives him that backup.
With Diamond has just completely ruined Loud's fighting chances, finding 2 snipes on the members of Loud. And at the end of the day, the biggest winners, definitely not Loud, but Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds circling on, and they are bound to meet up with the players of EVOS Divine right here at Shipyard. The blue zone, not going to hurt them all that too much. It's just the first zone, so they can still skirt around outside. In the meantime, EVOS Divine, noticing the presence of Twisted Minds, slowly back away, leaving Gade all on his own, and that's going to be the sacrificial lamb. And Netchu's Miners spotting out a couple of engagements, actually moving on in to gatekeep Twisted Minds.
And Gade just caught between a rock and a hard place. EVOS Divine, they were looking to leave that area, but they still had to end up losing Gade. Nando9 gets a good vantage point. An Eagle's Eyes view over Twisted Minds as the rest of NMG are coming from behind.
Nando tagged up already, and Rawan with a double on the grenade launcher. The finisher is important though, and Rawan moves on in, takes them down. Superb action, of course. Had to be knocked down himself, leaving Saming all alone here. Twisted Minds, they thought they had this one in the back. Now Saming's gonna be that distraction as they try to play for the game of survival.
And the only difference maker of this skirmish was just Rawan having that grenade launcher. Saming was in a decent position to provide support, but now with the rest of the team down, there's really nothing much you can do. You just have to somehow try and make it out of Shipyard.
How do you get the revive? Jump pad saves the day, gets tagged up from the back. Do they go in for the rush? A sliver of health left on Saming. 400 coins in hand, medkits first. He plays it safe. With his eyes right behind him, he knows exactly what's happening. One player, 2 players. Uh-oh, this is about to be the end for Twisted Minds. If Saming does not find a couple of extra coins to buy back at least 1 player, this is all over for game 1 for them.
Here we see a 1v3 clutch from Saming. Retired him. Well, no choice. No chance at all. Round 7, single-handedly wiping out Twisted Minds.
They saw the opportunity. They grabbed it for themselves. It was Twisted Minds initially that took advantage of the engagement between Loud and EVOS Divine. But Netchu's Miners, literally hearing those gunshots, went out there fishing and they caught themselves a big fish.
Falcons, on the other hand, will run into RRQ. Kazu on fire with the first drop. And yesterday he has been on point with his performance and it seems like he's not slowing down at all. Dudes to go down and again is on fire to deliver.
A little bit of a slower pace here for RRQ. They back away first, only to purchase their player back. That's that insurance policy in case things do go a tad bit sour here. As Falcons slowly circle around looking for a Beihai, the final player who's been left behind as distraction. As the rest of the players from the side of RRQ back away from this compound. On fire still hasn't spotted anyone just yet, but it's just a matter of time.
One of my personal MVPs of Team Falcons, and Abe Hai, he's probably going to make it out of this, right? There's a vending machine in front of him, so if he just be a bit more patient, he might get his whole team back. Gaming Gladiators will have to face up against Fluxo, the bottom 2 teams at the end of the knockout stage, at least when we talk about top 12. two of them have been struggling the entire knockout stage, and now they have to face off against each other.
Yep, great Riptide Rhythm to force away Gaming Gladiators from their defensive spots, and now butts in right in front of him. Chrono drop. 18D using that Chrono, bobbing in and out with those shots of the Drogon. Grenade charged up by Bobs. It's all about the timing as Raz gets put down on the ground, but Sid circles on out. This Drogon just cannot find that perfect knocks, and he instead gets knocked down by Colchio.
Yeah, actually a pickup onto Butsin. Gio taking that risk. 18 Deer will eliminate Butsin. Bobs also goes down on the ground, and Gio is just on paramedic mission while also having to deal with the rest of Gaming Gladiators. They finally took out 18 Deer, the star boy of the Indonesian squad. Gio around the corner finds Kuchil. Fluxo might have a chance. Gio does not land the finishing blow. MT7 on top of this bridge could not find the angle to provide support. Takes the portal, and she decides against it.
Okay, I thought he was literally going to get right into the battle. He
Wait,
does.
he's here.
He's going in for the pickup onto Ju. He does have that good glue wall. Gleam circles around. Another glue wall from MT7, and he responds with a VSS. Now it's a 2v1. The tables have been turned. Gaming Gladiators in a lot of trouble.
Only one left for GG. And this is going to be a tough spot to be in. Liam, he has also been one of those players that you can rely on, but in this spot, there's a landmine in his hands.
Yeah.
Would they take the portal though? This could be the greatest player of all time. Raz is also still around, but for Fluxo, they're not going to take their chances.
Too smart. Used the portal go, got out of there, pulled out a good glue wall, dropped a trip mine just in case someone pursues him, and gets the hell out of there so that the squad can stay alive for a little bit longer. Beihai, we spotted him earlier, managed to survive long enough, and surprises Yago, shutting him down. Of course, gets traded out, but 1 point nonetheless.
Oh, that must have really felt bad. Felt really bad for Loud to go down like that, or at least to lose Yago in that fashion. But still, Loud's in the running. They just need to bring Yago back, and looking at the state of the game right now, we're past the 10-minute mark, so not much time left for Loud, but AG finds himself facing up against BRU.
Funa down on the ground so early here. Jonah circles around, Bison in hand, but it's a 2v1.
Wait.
The backup is there. Wasana shows up in the nick of time, but now, as the final player, Wasana, can he 1v3? Answers no.
And BRU falls in the hands of AG Global on top of this roof. New kill leader. In fact, 10 eliminations already. AG Global. Felt like we sidelined them a bit, right? Talking about Falcons, Twisted Mind, BRU. And AG wants to make a name for themselves as well.
I mean, apart from the consistency out of Dew, we haven't really seen a lot of action from the side of AG Global. Caramel, of course, once in a while, he does give us a couple of plays to really scream about. But we haven't seen enough promise from them in the past to really bet on the squad. But that was a fantastic start of the day. 10 eliminations already. We just want to see if or not they can continue this in the next of the 5 games. Grab 7.
Brazilian showdown right here. I mean, NMG and Team Solid both occupying a decent space, but it feels like Team Solid are the ones that goes on the aggressive. 18 Deer brought back to life by his team and decides to mess with Guaksha, and that is going to put a spanner in the plans of Team Solid.
Good play thus far from Solid, and that manages to push away Netshoes Miners. They don't really seem to be in a lot of action at this point of time, mainly because they want to conserve all of the utilities for that final battle. They're looking for those placement points. They know exactly how important all of that is going to be, because by the end of the day, they want to grab those 8 head start points for the grand finals. Raz in a very sticky situation, blue wall down, but he's got natural defense.
I'm telling you, it's pretty hard if you're in the position of GG, right? You had to revive a lot of your teammates.
Yeah.
And right now, to get through, you have to either get rid of Team Solid, or you just pray that someone else does that. And even then, you have Netshoes Miners to work with. For Lim somehow finds an isolated Mao. So that's a free point for the Gladiators.
Free indeed. And RRQ out as well in the 11th spot earlier. A little unfortunate as to how they started off this whole group stage, and now for Point Rush on the other hand, it's the exact opposite. One of the first few teams to get taken out of the equation. And it was 2 back-to-back Indonesian teams being eliminated, as it seems.
Yeah, absolutely. We're down to just 8 teams left. Still a bit too populated for my liking, and I'm sure the game would agree. Blue Zone is going to start closing in. A lot of teams on that west side though. Team Solid, Netshoes Miners, Team Falcons, one more getting a shot onto Yago as well, so La will be forced to join in. And Falcons, they're going in hard.
Hard indeed. Peter down on the ground already. The Chrono is there, but on fire. Backs away. Drogon in hand. tracked in by Drax. A double glue ball into the house. Beats Kawan on the opposite side. Still taken out. Amazing pincer by Loud.
I'm telling you, that was a mission impossible by Team Falcons. The fact that they made that play is a show of confidence. Maybe Koskyu can bring it back for them, but not able to confirm that elimination spells impending doom. And now Koskyu thinks about going for that CQC, and even then it doesn't feel like it's workable. Loud, they are disengaging.
Yep, one more outside the circle. He's going to take a lot of damage from the blue zone, and he catches up with Koskyu, but a little bit too late. Shut down, one more. Sprayed down by Drax, leaving Koskyu all alone, and he's going to take the blue damage. There's just no way in hell he circles on in. Does he have a portal goal? That's the biggest question at this point.
I don't think he does.
He does.
He can use it, but he needs to get his health back, right? He needs to get his health back, and then to travel, you have Team Solid and Loud and PE Sports to go through.
It's all about the timing now. Koskyu patching himself right back up, but Goldcry says, no sir, please get out of our lobby. Loud 7 elimination, strong Riptide Rhythm tears apart the defenses of Team Solid, and they get one more point off of them. Trapped behind the bunker. Kawan not stepping out of his defense just yet. PE Sports can put an end to Loud and their rotation, and they start taking those shots. It's a Riptide Rhythm. Narrow with those shots as well. Lost 21, a sliver of health, but they find the defense.
Yeah, they both slipped through past the open area. Lost will be brought back up, no problem. And Lau have found certain safe haven. PE Sports amping it up.
Oh
and
my
that is exactly what we want from this team. Do not let your enemies take more than what they deserve. Lost 21 on the run, but PE Sports are the ones that find their way.
This is exactly what we were talking about, Husky. You cannot sleep on the Vietnamese squad. PE Sports is not just here to play, they're here to dominate. Great usage of that portal goal. They rotate around. Now Fluxo is the threat, and a double nade from the Drogon, courtesy of GU. Bye-bye net shoes, you can mine in the next game.
Absolute clinical performance from the two dark horses, Fluxo and PE Sports, making it into top 3, but can they overcome AG Global, the last bastion of Thailand in this round 1?
AG, the team that wiped the floor with Buriram, Riptide Rhythm, will force PE Sports to find a reposition. Now puts them in the perfect distance to take the fight up against AG. They've got the vantage point as well. Glue wall melters all around them. Riptide Rhythm not needed just yet, but they're taking the fight straight up. There's the chrono, and that will block out a couple of defensive points. LBT on that left-hand side with the flank, but he can't seem to connect. 79 HP, a sliver of health, but he still stands.
I mean, Fluxo have the best possible chance of winning this one. Bombs even lets a grenade. Riptide Rhythm from afar. Fluxo cleaning up the battlefield, and this is what we call recovery. Fluxo with an absolute performance to get a booyah in round 1.
Someone said we're not here to win the championship. We're gonna start the day off with a booyah. This is the craziest comeback that we have seen in the game of Free Fire for a long, long time. Fluxo is a champ on their own. In fact, they're the current reigning world champions.
That's the world champion performance. Some teams, some people counted them out. I mean, even I was heartbroken before the tiebreaker was even presented.
Oh yeah.
And here they are telling people, reminding everyone else that they still have 3 out of the 4 world champions that was on that stage last year in Bangkok. And that is how they prove it, with a booyah in the opening round.
And knowing the Brazilians, knowing how cheeky they are, they would probably say they planned that all along.
Probably.
Yeah, we planned to get into the tiebreaker. We knew we would slip through.
It's a big risk, right? But you kind of win the gamble. I know Fluxo were very emotional yesterday, a lot of tears, but you know, it's how you pick yourself back up. And I think they did it so well in this game. They got a bit of the advantage with the final circle, but to get there was not easy.
Yeah, and I think, of course, they kind of you know, were a little lackadaisical with their approach in all of those matches during the group stage. I guess that confidence turned into a little bit of overconfidence, but they were blessed. They were blessed with a tiebreaker. Obviously, that blessing was not for free. They earned it through those eliminations, and that got them the ticket, and they're proving that they're not going to waste this chance.
Yeah, it's all about maintaining that momentum. If Fluxo have already shown us that they can get off to such a great start, let's see if they can keep the vehicle running. We'll toss it back to the panel to see what they think.
Thank you so much, Husky and AJ. What a game. I don't think anyone would have predicted that ending. Of all the teams, PE Sports, Fluxo and AG. And for the team to get the booyah, Fluxo. The team that barely made it in Neptune. What the heck happened?
Well, these are the instances wherein you get thinking, is the knockout stage part of their plan? They might have failed a little bit, thus the tiebreaker, just in the edge, but like not really performing in day number 1, then day number 3, that's where they try to catch up. Yeah, that might be part of the plan, but this time around, there's no waiting anymore. They can't show up everything, and some of the teams right now, even Team Falcons, are making a lot of mistakes, especially in the drop that they did earlier against another team.
Yeah, I'm not going to take away the credit from Fluxo, right? But like Falcons, even like Buriram, they had a lot of early fights. So that drained their utilities and that put them in a difficult situation throughout the entire match. Whereas for Fluxo, they waited for the right moment, especially at that final blow moment that we saw early on screen. They came in as a third party to finish up the game, but even though they came in towards the end, and we saw a lot of them at that moment, but they still managed to get at least 13 eliminations.
I think that was a smart play as well, because if you just sat back and you let the competition eat each other up, you're missing out on eliminations. So Fluxo swooping in with all of those eliminations, securing them in game 1 today, 25 points. This is a fantastic comeback for this team, but AG Global also finishing the round with 19 points, tied with P Esports. Great start to these 3 teams, but towards the bottom, couple of shocking teams down here in particular. I think a lot of people thinking, what happened to Buriram? I think we kind of have to talk about this because a lot of us had expectations of Buriram. We thought this team was going to have a very consistent day, and game number 1, not quite happening here for this team. What really happened for some of our top performers? Because we did have expectations coming into the point rush today.
Well, Buriram United, after being like while they're engaging with AG Global, I think they're just taking it easy, trying a few things in mind. And AG Global, they understand that they need more. They need more to go to grand finals, because even from the knockout stages, they were struggling. They're trying to do their best to do a lot of more, and similar to what we're seeing Sir Cloud, trying to do his best to do a lot more with Kitty right here.
I'm sorry, I'm a cat guy. Yeah.
You're not allergic.
No, I'm a cat guy.
Okay, great.
How many cats do you have?
Yeah, I have 5 at home waiting for me. I'm glad to see one more here.
It's okay, Kitty's on the panel. We're
Yeah.
gonna enjoy some time here. Cloud, I kind of want to talk to you about Loud, because Loud was our top performing team coming into the competition today. But P Esports, coming out of nowhere, absolute monsters, just shred the team apart. What happened to Loud?
I mean, if we kind of look at it, right? So you did mention something interesting during the group stages. Is that teams who perform during the group stage, they may not perform later. I don't know, is this the Danicus? I'm just putting it out there, right? I mean, you open the topic, but I guess if you kind of think about it, objectively, that is, yeah, objectively, this is just a point rush stage. Like, they're allowed to experiment to a certain extent. Like, we didn't get to see the best plays from Loud in this stage, especially coming from Yago with his long-range snipes. It's been a while. So maybe they're trying something different to try to approach the game from a more close-quarters combat perspective.
Yeah, I mean, we did see a few great plays in here when they took down Team Falcons, but that was a mistake that has been done. I mean, after Yago has been knocked down, then one of the players from Team Falcons just jumped in, missed the window. I'm pretty sure he was trying to get in because he saw there's a whole squad waiting for him. He got taken down. The rest of the squad of Team Falcons is just rushing in, being taken down one at a time, and Loud is just going loud and taking them down.
So we already have our point leaders at this point in time, but it's only just one game, right? We're going to be moving on to Purgatory in just a minute, and I think the question here is, who are we looking out for on Purgatory? Because this is, again, it's one of our older maps. Everyone knows how to play Purgatory, but there are some teams that just tend to do better on this map because they know, or they position themselves well, especially when it comes to those water circles. But very quickly, congratulations to Gio. He earned this MVP.
Yeah, I mean, 6 elimination and 23-61 on the damage. There's a lot of healing involved. I mean, this is that instance wherein they were being taken down, so you really need to top up, and they did it quickly. They did it with so much finesse that they recovered overall and grabbed that booyah.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen like 3,000, 4,000 damage by a single individual, but you know what's sexy? is elimination. And that is
True.
where it all matters here, ladies and gentlemen. Eliminations is where the points come in. And for him to be able to come up with 6 eliminations just by himself out of 13, that is almost half the eliminations of the squad.
All right, we're going to have to send Kitty away because I know cats don't like water. So thank you for joining us on stage, Kitty. You can stay on dry land with us. But Purgatory, this is our next map. We know a couple teams really like this map, but I think the question we have to sort of ask is, with Fluxo already off to a good start, how is this transition going to be for the team going on to Purgatory? Is this a map that the team is going to do well on, or is this a map that they're a little bit weaker on?
Yeah, I mean, first off, I'm going to look into the historicals, what we've seen from the knockout stage, and to be honest, none, if not only a few from the top 3 of our knockout stage are topping the Purgatory. Because probably there's a few more changes, or they're focusing more on the ladder schedule, the ladder maps in the schedule. And Fluxo might be another team who will bring more points in this game.
Oh, I guess it comes back to what they say, my village, you know? Doesn't matter how you start, it matters how you end. So you gotta keep an eye on that, ladies and gentlemen. I know Fluxo cool, come in with the first booyah and all that, but gotta stay grounded.
Yeah. What are going to be the most highly contested drop points you feel, Neptune? Because we have seen a couple of these drop points be extremely popular, highly contested. I think one in particular, any of those compounds near those rivers, because if a circle ends up being around the river, you kind of want to occupy the compound first. But aside from those, are there any other areas that you feel are going to be highly contested?
Well, I mean, there's no specific, but one thing I'm for sure is if you put a box in the middle of the map, those that will be covered with the box, with the compounds covered with that box, will be highly contested. We've seen the gameplay from RRQ wherein they play with that box in each face of the circle, and that's where they grab the first booyah off the map, off the day.
Yeah. Now we do have a bit of a booyah moment for our viewers as well. If you didn't know, we actually have some wonderful rewards for you. And all you need to do is to watch the stream. So as you can see on the screen right now, depending on how long you watch the stream for, you're going to be getting even more rewards. If you watch the stream for 3 minutes, you'll be able to get the random loadout. Watch for 15 minutes and you'll be able to pick up a gold voucher. 30 minutes is going to net you a lucky voucher. And then finally, if you stay with us for an hour, you're going to get a Free Fire World Series loot box. So stay with us because not only do we have amazing games, we also have some wonderful goodies. And if you've already claimed them, congratulations. I hope you enjoy all of your wonderful rewards. We're going to try and fight for some more for you because we love giving some goodies to all of our wonderful viewers. But gentlemen, it looks like we're ready to jump into Purgatory. Game number 2 here at the Free Fire Esports World Cup. Let's hop to it here. Husky and AJ, take it away for game number 2.
Thank you, Danny, and the rest of the panelists. You guys love giving out rewards. We love giving out action to all the people out there watching. Purgatory coming up for match number 2 of Point Rush. With Fluxo coming out to such a hot start, I wonder what are the other teams thinking?
Absolutely, but of course it is going to be consistency that we look for all throughout this day. In fact, every single day. Fluxo has managed to get the first one, but AG Global right behind them, right? We also saw the Vietnamese Wonder Boys, PE Sports, showing up there on that circle. It was a tad bit unfortunate that they had to be pushed to the very edge of it to compete against AG Global because a majority of the damage that they took was up against the blue circle.
Absolutely, and even the final zone didn't really favor PE Sports or AG Global thanks to the positioning that they were put in. So Fluxo took advantage of that. They earned that win. But let's see if Purgatory changes anything, because back on Bermuda, the flight path was a bit skewed, but for Purgatory, it's an even one.
Absolutely, from Ski Lodge all the way down to Quarry, opening up the full map for all of the teams, with PE Sports being the very first one out. They take their spots on Ski Lodge right beside Gaming Gladiators at Forge. So that could just be an early skirmish depending on where the first circle takes them. And we can also see towards the top of the map, EVOS Divine up against the players from the side of Twisted Minds. Both teams have already used their R1s to scan each other out. They're going to anticipate some heavy action from each other. The only question is who gets the better weapons first and chooses to take the fight to the opposite team.
Last time these two teams had a face-off, Twisted Mind came out on top thanks to some very great long-range intervention, but it feels like we might see a repeat of that. Apex against Saming, and only one is on the aggressive end. That's going to be Saming trying to push Apex onto the low ground.
Smart play by Saming to back away. As Apex went down this hill, he got the advantage because with Saming's head peeking out, it'll just be a tad bit easier to get those headshots to put him on the ground. And now Exposi on that left-hand flank, expecting to be able to spring a surprise on Apex, but he saw that one coming from a mile away. Just has the better gun, forcing Exposi to back away. Apex now being shut down, Saming, MP5 in hand, and Diamond! It's a 3v1 that was unfair. Of course, nobody's gonna argue. That was a fantastic slay from Twisted Minds. The teamwork worked out well. The rest of EWOS Divine, though, they just don't want this early action. They continue to back away little by little.
This is such a horrible spot for EVOS Divine because they were not ready to fight this, and Twisted Minds, they used the Dinoculus to scan Mode House before the revive even came through, so they know that they've got EVOS Divine cornered, and Diamond, he's just going to push the advantage. Riptide Rhythm takes down his glue wall, but still, it is just Ray trying to hold the fort against the onslaught of Twisted Minds.
Yep, Ray, though, unfortunately, will have to get taken down, and Diamond gets 2 for the squad. The second one for the guy. AimGod has already managed to get across the waters already. Nameless down on the ground. That's just going to be the distraction that's needed to slow down the ravaging Twisted Minds, who are a tad bit greedy for this points. I understand exactly why they're doing so. In the previous game, they didn't fare all that too well, getting only the 7th spot. Only 3 eliminations in Game 1 for Twisted Minds.
Oh yeah, they are still trying to find their recovery after yesterday, which, you know, is such a big contrast compared to day 2 when they showed up. Team Solid, on the other hand, finds themselves trying to run down RRQ Kazu. Razor just heal back up, gets on top of that watchtower, but Trap sees it from afar. That's a cluster that goes wide.
Yep, good pop of that A124. And I don't think he's running that Joseph. We'll have to take a peek into his list once again. Yep, no Joseph on him. So a tad bit slower, but doesn't seem to phase Trap at all. He's got a tad bit of a backup here as well as Nyx approaches the situation. Trap's a sliver of health, has to back away. Good play as those grenades came flying in. RRQ will not get the chip damage, but the Riptide Rhythm takes down their defense as a Bay High with the AUG just did not have enough follow-up with those shots.
Yeah, Team Solid didn't commit fully to it, but Esports definitely are full committing onto AG Global of all teams, and stops with no chance at all. And just like you said, AJ, it is just revenge served cold. And PE Esports finds 3.
Yeah, it was all because of AG Global. PE Esports were denied that Booyah. They kept that fight towards the edge of the blue zone earlier on. A lot of the chip damage from the zone took away the chances of PE Esports. And of course, Fluxo took the perfect timing advantage up against both these teams. AG will have to back away from this equation. Due, as he tries to drive away, we can see there's a hot pursuit right behind him. Nero, he's got some backup and he's going straight for the finisher.
There's just no point to waste time, right? Just let AG run away. We have better things to worry about. And that's going to be Gaming Gladiators, who just happened to show up when PE Sports are split apart. And Nero will get picked off. Not the best of timing. LBT trying to save it double with Tyrita. Make sure that there is no chance. LBT gets in the truck. He wants to try and run Raz down. Gets the boop and actually finds the knock LBT. Making use of the situation. Truck goes up in flames. And LBT with it.
He couldn't find the finisher. It would have been absolutely beautiful if there was a decent follow-up there. But his car was already up in flames. Poor man got denied that 1 point. But don't cry though. From afar, AUG, the perfect weapon to take on 18 Deer, but 18 Deer with the AC-80 in hand, just a slightly better range on that gun. And Liam now wanting to give a little bit of payback. Drogon in hand, but Wang An speeds away, not waiting to get shot down.
Yeah, and Liam realizes that Wang An is just one person on PE Sports that is running away. Don't Cry is providing backup, but that will be handled by Kochu. And just a very unlucky time for PE Sports, right? The moment they split apart, GG shows up and picks off 2 of them. But no worries, PE Sports finds the revive.
The hidden lesson here is don't get greedy. Don't split up because you need those numbers, especially if you want to survive in a lobby at the Esports World Cup. This is the creme de la creme of competitions. And this was that replay. LBT really trying to find that finisher, but Raz just got lucky he had more numbers. That's the backup that we were talking about. If PE Sports was a full squad, that could have gone totally different.
That's what we call a Hail Mary attempt. Just use everything at your disposal. And Lao, they were able to find an elimination early on. They also had to go for a revive, I believe, onto Kawan. But so far, they have been uncontested, right? Passing by Fluxo, who was on the other end of this island. They might run into PE Sports.
Yeah, PE Sports, they have gotten 3 revives already, but 2 of those revive players have gotten shot out of the air, so they are not having a great day. They're spending a lot of money on these revives. Perhaps they want to pull a little bit of a break on each and every single one of those players who are being brought back. Don't Cry is the final one that they need to purchase back, and I think the team's broke at this point.
Even when you look at the binoculars where they try to scan and get info, right, it is just deeper and deeper into the circle. Just now, I saw them scan Dew. Yeah, sure, you found Dew, but you have no idea that Loud is there. NMG is also nearby. So PE Sports, they're just digging a deeper and deeper hole.
Yeah.
Only saving grace is that LBT has a vehicle, but I'm not sure how long it can stand. Well, not for long, it's already in flames.
Yeah, very risky play to get deep into the circle and then pull those revives. The revive players can't really fly all that too far away. And of course, that's going to be the hot point for the rest of the teams. You're just going to get shot out of the air. The safest route would be to go towards the fringes of the circle and then hit that revive. But we'll just have to wait and see exactly how this plan pans out for PE Sports. Thus far, it's not doing great.
I see Lao, they have 2 sets of vehicles. They actually scan out RQ Kazu, but they might get intercepted by NMG as they go for that rotation around the edge. As PE Sports gets eliminated, it is just not their map.
It's a hidden lesson. Don't be greedy. Don't be chasing twisted minds when you have not secured yourself a perfect defensive spot out there on the battlefield. They went looking for one, and the whole team got crushed.
You know what's the most poetic part? The guy that they were chasing took them out at the very end. Sometimes you
don't look for revenge, kids.
Sometimes you wonder if Free Fire is even scripted, but I promise you it's not.
Revenge never pays.
Well, sometimes.
You gotta forgive your enemy. Just don't forget. Get them in the next game. Loud with 1 elimination in hand. Just in the house beside RRQ. They're neighbors at this point, but I don't think they will be very nice neighbors the moment they spot out dots, but the A124 will tag them up first, and the ice grenades get tossed instantaneously. But RRQ, are you gonna go knocking on your neighbors' doors just yet?
What a shot from Mao to chip away Yago's health. That could be the Kevlar damage. So for Lao, they are feeling the heat right now. It really feels like Lao isn't really used to this pressure. They are not retaliating anyway. Abe Hai takes advantage of that with the Trogon knock onto Drax, and Abe Hai has already found one. This should be the green light for RRQ to go in for the cleanup.
Weihai literally went in there, sneaked 1 quick knock, and ran straight back to his own home. That's again a nasty neighbor you do not want to live beside. Team Solid on the other hand. Nick 7 very low on that HP. Tattoo! A sliver of health, but he gets knocked down onto the ground. It's all up to Guatza. Can he get away? 1 portal go in hand, but it's the pocket market time, baby. Buy Strap 7 right back for insurance so that the team can stay alive, and he's out of there.
As far away as possible. Team Falcons can still go for the chase if they want to. There is a paper trail left behind by Guaksha, and that goal portal is the most obvious of them all. And knowing Team Falcons, they're going to chase their prey until the end of the earth.
Yeah, good rotate from Guaksha, but RRQ will be looking for those extra points. The distraction from Loud could just keep Guaksha alive a tad bit longer. Gaming Gladiators, with the jump pad, have managed to rotate around, and now right beside the players of Falcons with no proper defensive spot to play around with. If Falcons moves on in for the sweep, Gaming Gladiators are going to be in a lot of trouble.
Coach Yu needs to get as much info as possible. This feels like a King of the Hill moment where Team Falcons was able to push back one team, and now another comes to challenge them. And 18 Deer, he's trying to gain some distance from Team Falcons. Can't really do much without knowing without knowing where they are.
Timing! Perfect for 18 Deer. Now he's the opposite side. Well, he managed to get Peter spotted out already. There is a shot taken up against him, but only enough to push him away from the top of the tent. Kochil, on the other hand, with that long range, trying to assist. On fire, takes the fight straight up to 18 Deer. 18 Deer does have the Drogon. Can he survive? One of the best CQC players. 1 more pop needed, but the tent serves as the perfect defense. On fire, just in and out of the tent. just to remain alive, buying more time for Team Falcons for that backup to arrive.
Yeah, on fire with the maneuvers. It's so clean. Peter does end up going down to Rasso, so it's still disadvantages until Koskio and On Fire replies twofold onto Gaimin Gladiators. And Kochu and 18 Deer need to somehow keep the strings intact, but it feels like Team Falcons are ready to snap them in half as they come in for the full collapse. One more Horizon Line does trigger. Ray now joins the fight. Team Falcons gets wiped out instead.
Oh, Esports Divine hops on in. That's the perfect revenge if I've ever seen one. They absolutely demolished the team, taking a couple of pot shots against them earlier in the game, and they have taught them a lesson to not do that. Esports Divine saw an opportunity, swooped on in there. Not a lot of points, but they have lesser players out there on the battlefield to worry about.
And one team that has been silent up to this point, Buriram United, who just came from that southern island into the circle. They came in with the launch pad, did get scanned out by Fluxo though. Yeah. We'll see how this is going to pan out because BRU, they still want to hog the edge of the circle. RQ and Lao, they still have their standoff going on.
Very dangerous version of Buriram United. The silent predators. Once they are fully stacked on that loot, they are very, very tough to take down. Twisted Minds on the other hand. 5 eliminations in hand already, giving away the defensive spot to AG. All split up on the battlefield in a 2-1-1 formation. Twisted Minds, and they hold on to this with Netshoes Minus just on the left-hand side with the capability of interfering in this battle. It does not seem like a good place to be if you're a Twisted Minds player.
See, even though that's the case, Twisted Minds still wants to find some ground, especially forcing Cypher away from that small building is very crucial. Cypher now has to tank the blue damage a little bit, and Twisted Minds feeling a lot more comfortable coming into this compound as AG gathers in that final building.
AG says, hasta la vista, baby. The circle's coming, and we do not want to be here to take that damage. They circle around, and very smartly so, they avoid the shots out of Netshoes Miners. But the battle between Buriram and Team Fluxo. Riptide Rhythm sent the way of Buriram, taking down a couple of their defenses, but great blue walls erected once again from your two-time world champs, going up against the current reigning defending champions. Wasana in a 1v3, straight into that chrono, but he does not get that knock and has to back away. Funa exposed and instantaneously dropped by MT7.
MT7's Riptide Rhythm broke the defenses of BRU, but it feels like for BRU, it doesn't really matter because they are still too deadly when it comes to CQC. And Fluxo pulls it back. Caramel also wants a piece of the pie. And BRU tastes pain. Fluxo does fall.
Yeah, Fluxo falls. And AG just interfering at the right time. Moshi clip from the back. One more needed, but the tree interferes and keeps Moshi alive. Not for long though. He does have the Horizon Line on him. He can't pick himself back up. And that's why you gotta purchase it. Wasana now from the back. Caramel with the Charge Buster cannot charge it up quickly enough. Wasana with the UMP. Can he get this shot though? Cypher with the Drogon trying to trail around. The zoo wall maze that Wasana has built around him keeps him alive for the time being. Bursts away, but still taken down.
BRU out in 8th place. What a messy fight. So many third parties, so many interventions. Wasana got left behind to fend for himself and was not able to overcome AG. As AG makes the rotation deeper into the circle, Twisted Minds, they're in a fight of their own against the Miners.
Absolutely. But now, who gets to take Twisted Minds out of the equation? Is it going to be AG? A tad bit too far away from them. Twisted Minds not going to be disturbed at all. RRQ, on the other hand, in a lot of trouble as Loud knocks down on their doors. Razor, Duts, Beihai all on the ground. It's all up to Ma'al to play the game of Medic. Razor out. Duts picked right back up. They have to back away. Beihai. One more player picked up, and RRQ, great recovery from the squad.
In the meantime, Team Solid also got eliminated from the competition, and this is getting so tight. Esports Divine in a very good position to plan for that final phase as they were uninterrupted so far.
Indonesians really dominating this match this time around. Aim God from afar. Straight to the head of Lost 21. Knocked down on the ground, but no finisher just yet. The guy's right back up on his feet with that backup. RRQ moving in for the shutdown, but they don't want to take this one too aggressive. Instead, they focus on the players right outside. Riptide Rhythm takes down the defense, but a good glue wall in a timely manner erected once again to keep those players safe.
As much as the timing was alright, it still allowed Drax to sneak in a shot, and now Ray finally found Evil's Divine just wants to survive all these bullets firing at them. They really don't have a chance to retaliate thanks to the immense amount of pressure, but if they hold on long enough, I do believe that they can have a good chance of taking the booyah.
And that's the beauty of using that M82B, the capability to penetrate through all of those glue walls, to chip at those players behind them, behind those defenses, making those glue walls absolutely useless out there in the open. But now RRQ, they've got a great defensive spot to play around with, and they're not giving it up just yet.
I don't know, AJ. This is about to get absolutely messy.
Yeah.
5 teams in 2 buildings, and Evil's Divine, the only one right outside. Exposy trying to take initiative. His up high takes a bit of pressure. A-backs again found by Dew. AG they do not want Evil's Divine to have that much room to work with.
Yeah, just desperate shots from everyone out here. They're just trying to knock down each and every single player that they can find. That's on Yago. Lost 21 does manage to get 2 RRQ players down on the ground. Up high, still alive, getting slashed by Drax. And it's the site that will put up a high down on the ground, but RRQ is not done and dusted just yet.
And even Drax is beaten and battered. Round 1
and that's it.
Take out Drax and Deuce, eliminating RRQ in the process. Netshoe Miners here to play, here to stay. They see Evil's Divine on the far end, and Evil's Divine split into a 2-2 formation.
Yeah, Netshoe's Miners were told to mine in the next game, and they're doing exactly that, waiting all the way up into this final circle before they pick up those solid points. But Twisted Minds leading with the eliminations here. 10 solid on their side, waiting, biding their time, but here comes the blue zone, forcing them out of their defenses. And right outside stands the players of Evil's Divine, waiting to welcome them.
And Saifa tries to go for the hot drop ambush and finds Saming, the most important member of Twisted Minds. He does go down thanks to Exposy, but damage is done. Diamond takes himself out with a grenade launcher, and Twisted Mind falls. This is pandemonium in the final circle. Evil's Divine showing up to try and look for the booyah, AJ.
Yeah, Netshoe's Miners waiting, biding their time, and the timing was played perfect. Ray down on the ground. Gade cannot give that back up to the rest of his team members. He's blocked out by the fences, and Netshoe's Miners will dominate this area in a 4-man strong squad. They're looking for Gade and A-backs. Round 1 knocked down onto the ground. The Drogon used perfectly, but Netshoe's Miners says, no thank you, sir. We grab booyah number 2.
Brazil roaring to life in a point rush. Netshoe Miners, Fluxo, teams that we just said we put on the bottom of the list, coming in hot in the first 2 rounds, and maybe this is the spirit of Brazil, awakening the tiger when it matters the most.
Absolutely brilliant. You have to bide your time, and they played the meta of Buriram. Keep quiet. Don't mess around with anyone. Just watch your own back. Play the defense, read the circle, walk in, not to find an offensive spot, but the best defensive spot, but keeping all of your utilities for that final battle. You don't need massive number of points. You just need to grab those booyahs and be in that final circle. Beautiful stuff out of Netshoe's Miners. But of course, can they maintain this consistency? We saw Fluxo grab that booyah and then got knocked out a tad bit too early in Purgatory. So this is something they have to avoid at all costs.
Completely agree with that. I mean, the panel did say Lao feels so strong because they play like the Thais. Maybe this is the formula, right? Just play like the Thais.
Yeah, absolutely is, right? I mean, you have to play safe. You cannot underestimate any of the teams out there. Even if the team came in at the 12th spot, they can still wreak havoc out there on the battlefield. Fluxo clearly proving that we just have that sort of a lobby here at EWC.
Even Evil's Divine, a team that felt undermentioned, understated, made it to top 2.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Indonesia must be scratching their heads right now, right? We lost Onyx Olympus, but Evil's Divine is showing up.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's just so beautiful for the region. As long as Evil's Divine continues on their trajectory, they're not going to win out the competition today, no. But they're going to get those bonus points that's going to make a world of difference, because every single ranking on the grand finals will have a race that's awaiting you, right? Every single ranking has a different slice of the pie, and it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So even 1 or 2 points can make a great difference.
I implore people who don't believe that every point matters to watch yesterday's games. It came down to a tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Came down to elimination points. So every point is as important as it gets. A slot at the Free Fire Global Series.
Yeah. I mean, it has most definitely been rare where the point rush has enabled a team from second to take the championship. That we have not seen just yet. But dude, there are many things that we have not seen in a long time that the Esports World Cup is offering up on a silver. No. We played gold here on a golden platter. And I think this might just be that show.
24-karat gold, might I remind everyone out there. We feel like a prophet, right? Everything that we say we haven't seen before has shown out year after year after year, and it just gets me excited on what's to come.
I mean, a lot more is to come. I just want to see exactly how much more these teams can provide. But of course, we want to throw it back to the stage for an interview with the players.
Welcome back, everybody, to the STC Arena. You've just seen it. Netshoes Miners are taking the booyah for game number 2. I'm joined by Raune, the MVP of our match. Please, it seems like today is getting extra aggressive for all of the teams. Is this the play day, the way that you want to play today?
Hoje parece que está extra agressivo para todo mundo. Essa é a forma como vocês querem jogar?
Sim, nós adaptamos agora um jogo mais agressivo, buscando mais troca para no começo do jogo, sabe? Mas no game é mais calma e só.
This was more in the beginning of the game, but in the end of the game is more soft, more calm.
So you're really taking your time, letting other teams make mistakes, and then you can close the game?
Então vocês estão tomando seu tempo para deixar outras equipes fazer erros e aí vocês jogarem, então?
Sim, estamos estudando as outras equipes e trabalhar no erro deles, né?
Yes, we're studying other teams and working on their mistakes.
Very good. Thank you very much, Raune, and congratulations again. Muito obrigado. Thank you very much for joining us here on the interview. That was it. Netshoes Miners to take the second win for today. We'll see how they do throughout our 6-game play day here. However, I'll translate things over to our Arabic viewers. مشاهدينا بالعربي.
Netshoes Miners looking fantastic in game number 2 there, but I have to say, that was a very crowded endgame with 6 teams waiting for phase 5, phase 6, 2 compounds. You can't fit 6 teams in 2 compounds. But let's break things down. It was an incredibly slow late game, but this was a very purposeful decision by the teams. Cloud, do you agree with the way that these teams sort of played that end game? Because we've had this discussion before, right? Teams that tend to take the high ground in these late games have a pretty significant disadvantage once that circle starts to close in.
Yeah, because they're forced to go down to the lower ground, that's where like the sharks are waiting. So if besides the high ground theory as well, if we look at the final moments of the game, EVOS, they played patiently. They wanted to come in as a third party. They waited at the other end, and they kind of did, but I guess the timing wasn't right because by the time they came in, it was still pretty messy, so they had a lot to deal with. So with that being said, I guess it's all about fixing their timing if they want to do a little bit better.
Yeah, no, really smart play. I mean, all the teams that you're talking about, Andy, everyone was really cagey, right? It was kind of started off with like a slow start. EVOS had really good positioning towards the end, and they were just kind of able to pick people off. But what a difference, you know, the points rush stage is starting to be. We're seeing Fluxo win. We also see Netshoes Miners, like both, you know, Brazilian squads that are really starting to step up right now.
I mean, considering that we started the day with one Brazilian team at the very top, and then we had Thailand, Indonesia, Vietnam. Very exciting time so far here for the Brazilian squads and their fans. But are the Thai teams really worried about this? Because there seems to be a different mindset for a lot of the teams coming into Point Rush. Some are taking it seriously because they want that head start. Others, they're still testing out strats. Paul, I'm going to start with you on this. Do you agree with the mindset that today is more of a strat testing day, or would you prefer to take those points?
I'm going 100% every single day. I'm not holding anything back. I think that playing at your best, if you're going to play like basketball or whatever, any other sport, you always want to play up against the best. If you're playing against Michael Jordan, I want to see where I stand. So no matter where it is, if it's a practice game or it's the championship, I'm going 100%.
Yeah, I have a different thought there. I think that some teams have the room to actually experiment. I noticed that some of the teams try to play the same kind of strats, especially RRQ, who's still hugging the river. But then again, if you look at the points that they collected, they only managed to collect 7 points. So you're overly exposing yourself by doing the same thing in the group stage. So it's okay to kind of experiment to try to throw your opponents off in the finals.
Maybe that was the strat for RRQ. Just do the exact same thing today and then do something completely different tomorrow. I mean, we are starting to see that shift in mindset for a lot of teams. It wasn't just a case now of everyone playing super safe. We are starting to see some teams running the YOLO strat, right? Go in, guns blazing, get those points, because we saw what happened during the knockout stage. If there's a tiebreaker, you want to have that elimination advantage. So moving forward, we do have an MVP for the rounds. Let's celebrate, because for Netshoe Miners, this was a very big victory for this team. They've been sitting towards the middle of the pack, but to be able to get that booyah in game number 2 today, this will shoot them up on that leaderboard and put them in a really nice position to start off the grand finals with a very nice set of points here.
Yeah, so we gotta give it to round 1 in this round. 3 eliminations, and Netshoe Miners, they got 9 eliminations total. So that's 1 per 3 out of the eliminations of the team. Not the highest that we've seen so far, but then again, a booyah is a booyah at the end of the day. So 3 eliminations, I think it's an alright round for it.
Definitely.
They booyah'd.
Yeah. So they'll take that one, right?
Yeah, we'll take the booyah.
I think if we're going back to the group stage, right, where kind of Netshoe Miners, they actually kind of trickled in a bit. They were 10th place. They didn't have the best showing. This is a huge confidence boost for them as they move forward. They needed this game.
Well, let's have a look at the overall rankings here, shall we, to see where our teams are in terms of points. And as you can see, at the very top, we have Netshoe Miners sitting in first place with 36 points, 5 points ahead of EVOS Esports. Now, who would have guessed EVOS to be sitting in second place here?
Well, frankly for me...
Or maybe we should look towards the bottom there,
Yeah.
so Cloud.
Yeah, I mean, EVOS is one as well. It's great to see them up there. They have a special place in my heart because I used to be with EVOS. But if we look on the other side, Falcons is there, RRQ is there, and let's remember, RRQ, they did really, really well at the start of this tournament. Are they starting to lose steam?
I don't think so right now. I mean, if we're looking at BRU, they were at the very bottom. This is a disastrous day for them.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's almost seemed like, hey, they were going for a golf score more than anything else. I mean, if we're looking at the second place, Team Salad, another one of my favorites going into this one, not really showing up. I don't know what it is. Maybe they're just kind of waiting for, to holding strats, basically, for the grand finals tomorrow.
All right, so just a quick recap of our first 2 games of today. Fluxo securing that first booyah on Bermuda, followed by Netshoe Miners securing Purgatory for themselves. A massive head start here for our Brazilian teams, but we do need to prepare for our next upcoming map, and it is Kalahari, and we do have a couple teams towards the bottom of the bracket that really like to perform on this map here, so Cloud.
Yeah, and there's actually going to be 3 teams to look out for. It's going to be Falcons and AG, as well as RRQ, all scored very high on on Kalahari in the previous days.
All right, it looks like game number 3 is ready to go. We're going to pass it back to our casters right now. It's AJ and Husky. Take it away for game number 3.
We are live from the hot and sunny Saudi Arabia. We are down here at Riyadh, but we're also down here at the hot and sunny Kalahari. Husky, I think it's perfect. And this is where I would have loved to see Al-Qadsiya dominate. Unfortunately, they've been kicked out already. Who do you think is going to take their spot?
I hate to be kind of the echo chamber, but I do agree with what the panel said, AJ. RRQ Kazu has been phenomenal.
Yeah.
AG, even when they were known as Star Wars, and even going way back in the days, Nigma Galaxy, they are pretty proficient on Kalahari, and especially this squad known as AG Global, right? They are looking for a run it back on the international stage. A run it back not to win the championship, but just to score good enough because they've been there before. The Dew Caramel stop. Let's see if they can replicate that again on a map that is this open.
So the panelists say RRQ. My man Husky says RRQ. I'm going to go the opposite way. I'm not going to go with the Indonesians. I'm going to say Team Falcons is going to fly in, swoop around, spot out exactly who they want to make into prey, and absolutely crush the competition here on map number 3, because God knows they need some points.
Absolutely. I mean, even BRU needs a lot of points, right? They are currently placed 10th. On the leaderboard. Thank goodness it's just point rush, but it seems like there's already a rush happening from Loud, taking down Cypher. Twisted Mind taking the frontal fight.
Oh, wow.
And gets absolutely sprayed down in the back by Start with that mini Uzi. So Loud ends up losing one of their members.
Yeah, you just absolutely love it when the mini Uzi jumps into action and gets those knocks and eliminations right now. AG Global in a tight little spot here. They do have Loud to deal with. There's a team right behind them as well. But of course, Loud has got an insurance policy. They have already sent Lost 21 pretty far away from this situation. Yago with the Mac 10 Blue Wall Respawn in to drop Cypher, but Cypher was awaiting AK-47 straight to the head. And he takes the second elimination for the squad.
Wow, that was a stylish finisher if I've ever seen one. Cypher landing every single shot just like that, tracking his pursuer as if he has just his supernatural aim. So AG gets 2 free points at the start, and Loud just gotta bite the bullet, go for the revives, reset.
One of the first things you want to purchase from the pocket market is the grappling hook, just so that you can grapple around the battlefield a little bit like a superhero. And AG Global doing exactly that. You're going to need that if you want to traverse through such a mountainous area. But Fluxo, though, caught outside, split off in a 2-2 formation. Razor tagged up already, but can Duts respond with that mini Uzi? He's got one player, but a sliver of health on the other. He could not follow up, and as I say that, he gets a double. A beautiful play from Duts.
What a clutch from this man, the prodigy of RRQ Kazu. That could have gone disastrous, but both teams did the best they could. Fluxo taking over that building from RRQ, and RRQ making sure that they don't surrender the rest of the command post over to Fluxo. Meanwhile, Lost 21 goes down, has to be revived again, and they fell in the hands of AG, so that's 3 points off of taking out Loud members.
Yeah, bad start for Loud in Kalahari for sure. They're not doing too well in this heat. But AG Global absolutely wrecking the competition. One team that they've come across thus far, and they have made sure that the team has got nothing to say. Loud, the dominators of the group stage, have been forced to quickly reposition. Let's see what they can do later on at the refinery. In the meantime, Fluxo will still have to continue dealing with the Indonesian squad of RRQ as Ma'al is brought right back in. Full squad. Fluxo in a lot of trouble.
And you can see that Fluxo, they are not deciding to commit to this because the rest of the members have moved away. So it's a 2v3 ABI. Almost gets a double spray down, but they're going to start to box in these 2 members of Fluxo who are healing themselves back up. Space is given, but Fluxo are still feeling very claustrophobic as Butsin, Geo trying to fight their way out. RQ Kazu coming in from behind. Ma'al fails the pincer maneuver, gets taken out by Butsin.
Yeah, Butsin goes in for another one, and a very high out as well. Finally put down on the ground. But of course, the revival onto their brother Bobs is going to keep the squad alive, even though this does go south. Now Razor swinging on in, has got the treatment sniper in hand. Butsin with a sliver of health, tries to survive. Mini Uzi cannot reach him just yet, and RRQ needs to play the vending machine for the revival.
Butsin's going to throw that nade out. He managed to revive one of his teammates. So even if he goes down right now, Bobs can carry the legacy of Fluxo. Butsin finally put down by Razor after going on an absolute rampage on the members of RRQ Kazu. Both teams suffering major damages.
Unfortunately for RRQ, the finisher came through a little bit too slow. Bobs and GU have been revived. Fluxo will continue to stay alive in the competition. But this was a beautiful finisher, right? He spotted out 2 players, and I thought he was not going to follow up onto MT7, but he swung around MT7, going in for that pickup without the glue wall. The biggest mistake at the start of the game. But now, speaking of Falcons earlier on, seems like they're not off to a great start here. Getting caught in a fight against the Vietnamese players of PE Sports, and they only turn tails to get away.
Very good defense from PE Sports, weathering the storm, getting 4 points for themselves and taking control of this area around confinement. I mean, you have EVOS Divine on the far end, and even further down, it's going to be Netshoe minus. It seems like PE Sports are moving towards where EVOS is. Team Falcons gets a full revive. Meanwhile, for Loud, they are still not out of the woods just yet.
Solid. Finds a solid play. Oh my god, Lost 21 turned the tables on him with a power foul. Riptide Rhythm onto Lost 21. He cannot pull up any glue walls. Technically, the boy only has one. Either way, he goes down. Unfortunate that he could not convert that knock into an elimination. So it was a little bit of a wasted opportunity, but he tried his best.
Still was able to inflict some damage onto Team Solid, right? They had to use utils, but I agree. Going for that revive again just further slows down Loud's momentum.
Oh my,
and
one more.
Drax is gonna feel the heat again. I mean, Loud is just not having a good time at all. Like you said, AJ, the heat is not something that they're familiar with.
Yeah, and of course, if it is not a heat rash, you're just gonna get eliminated. It's one of those 2, right? Yago out of the open, knocked down onto the ground. There is a revive just moments before Yago went down. Kawan brings Yago back in. I mean, if they do not have luck, one thing they do have is a lot of free fire coins.
Yeah, they have a lot of money, I suppose. If only I could, you know, revive people with actual cash, but I wonder how much revives have happened for Lau. I mean, Lost Anyone is gone again, and they brought him back, and Fluxo finds elimination number 7. AG trying to go what? Still finds the knock before he goes down.
Yeah, but Dew was just pushing his luck there. He had 7 HP. He did not need to re-engage. Went in there for the finisher. Wanted the style knock, but unfortunately got knocked down himself. Giu now hoping and praying that On Fire does not find him. He's got the MP5 in hand, but the blessing in disguise here is his opponent does not have backup just yet, so Giu could just have a one-up here. PE Sports on the other side of the battlefield, taking a battle straight up against EWC Divine.
This is going to be a very, very tough fight for EWC, in fact. Reptile Rhythm does break all the glue wall. Aim got up onto the roof, so it's between him and Huang Ang. Apex joins his friend to go for a 2v1 maneuver, but PE Sports have all of the angles covered. Huang Ang goes down to the ground floor. The portal also used. Good reposition from PE Sports, and Nero now gets pushed.
Yeah, EWC Divine backing away slowly. They just want to find the reposition. Nero from down the bottom, getting the cue from the rest of his team members to slowly back away, but the boy's just a tad bit too slow. He will have to be the sacrificial lamb unless the portal go comes in handy for a quick reposition. And now it is EWC Divine on the flip side of things that might just be in danger if they come in there for the pursuit.
On the other hand, Team Falcons and Fluxo on the screen across a great distance from one another, but Fluxo still had to go for the revive. And even for Team Falcons, you know, sharing the same fate. Circle a bit brutal though, going towards the east side of Kalahari. That is a lot of complex terrain to maneuver.
Team Falcons spotting out Raid first. He will be tagged up by the Holmer. And Raid doesn't have much of a defense to play around with, and Peter unfortunately throws himself off of the tower with a misclick off that grappling hook. Something you don't want to see at a stage like this, but mistakes do happen. You fat finger a couple of those clicks on your screen, but thankfully that did not turn against them. Ice grenade is going to be dropped on Abax, who manages to back away. Aim God is there for the defense. Coscu does not get tagged up by the grenade, but EWC Divine doesn't really need to sweat. They've got enough players here to overwhelm Falcons. It's all about the timing.
Even have the Steffi in hand as well, so Abax is going to play a crucial role when bombardments start happening. EWC Divine still lingering around this area. Apex is drawing attention from Peter as Aim God takes refuge in that building beside where Team Falcons is. And even this bird's eye view, Twisted Minds sticking together to go for their long rotation. It's Kalahari experience in a nutshell. So much open ground to work with.
Too much of open ground if you ask me. Twisted Minds not in danger just yet. Trying to place themselves smack dab in the middle of the current safe zone. Oh, sorry, the next safe zone, I have to say. So they don't really need to travel all that too much. This is positioning supremacy from Twisted Minds. Not looking for engagements, not looking for points. Just purely looking for a safe ground for them to get into an engagement if they're forced into it.
Yeah, I agree. They're smack in the middle, or almost at the middle of this circle for now. But it's a slightly different situation if you compare it to Bermuda, Nexterra, or a non-Kalahari map, right, essentially, because it's just so less building to work with. Yeah. The fact that Twisted Mind found one, they have to hold on to it with their lives until the next phase.
In a couple of seconds, we will find out exactly where the next phase drags us into. Buriram up on top, having to deal with Team Solid. Tattoo tagged up already. No follow-up. Funa just waiting to ambush the squad, waiting for that call. Riptide Rhythm takes down a defense, but no player from the side of Buriram behind there. Watsa, on the other hand, downed by Dew. All gamers, they get a free one off of Team Solid.
New kill leaders, 8 eliminations for AG Global. Just doing it slow and steady, right? It's not like they're getting into big firefights. They're just picking off players one by one. There is a trade happening even. AG Global not stopping. Nyx goes down. Cypher picks that up. A quad for this man. And Team Solid, they just have to take the L.
Yeah, unfortunately, Tattoo's just going to be hunted down. This is circle number 3 already. Pocket Market's not your friend at this point of time. Nameless and Gang shutting down players from the side of Gaming Gladiators as well as Loud, both at the same time. But Twisted Minds in the advantageous position here. They've got a full squad going up against Twisted Minds, who are very slowly circling around them. But Gaming Gladiator is going to be the distraction. Raz does manage to steal away the point. And that's not going to be making Twisted Minds too happy.
Not at all. Even Twisted Minds, they saw the opportunity, wants to go for intervention, but this is going to be a pretty tricky one, right? They try to go for the two-prong attack, divide and conquer. Drax does lose his head, and Diamond goes in for the the collection. Twisted Minds now finds the building.
Gaming Gladiators, they could have gotten a tad bit more aggressive, but they've got a bigger goal in mind. They want to get to that final circle, but can they get past Twisted Minds, who are most definitely desperate for a couple of points out there? Oh my goodness, this could be just like shooting fish in a barrel if they do toss in those grenades, but great gameplay from Gaming Gladiators. All of them just sneaking behind this one counter, hoping and praying they don't get found. No R1s used. I'm surprised. A couple of grenades could finish them off there.
That's how you saw that glue up put up, right? Gaming Gladiators, they don't want to take any chances. And Twisted Minds, they're not going to do that. They're not going to take their chances as well.
Oh
LBT getting taken down on that elimination feed as Team Falcons finally showing up. But Sin gets spotted. Good day with the secure. Fluxo eliminated. Don't cry. Getting ran at by On Fire, and Team Falcons are just going to hunt them down. Don't Cry falls along with PE Sports.
That was the perfect revenge found within this match in itself. It was PE Sports that sent Falcons flying off, running with tails stuck between their legs earlier on in this matchup, but they still managed to find them and nail them down onto the ground. But of course, this was where everything started crumbling for Team Solid, right? Watcha out of the equation, and the rest of them just fell one after the other.
That's our MVP from Thailand. That's our sniper MVP do.
Yeah.
Right there. The one with the most MVP in a single league. And no one came close to him. But still, AG taking off fights one by one, you know, slow and steady. Netshoe Miners, on the other hand, will have to face off against Team Falcons.
7 eliminations in hand already, and Falcons have an opportunity to shut down Netshoe's Miners, but they have got a bigger goal to attain for themselves, looking for the circle, but tagged up from the back. Riptide Rhythm, do you get the save? One more picked right back up. A timely maneuver from Team Falcons, but General goes in for the shutdown. It's the grenade that finds one more, pun intended.
Absolutely stunning performance from General, leading the charge and making sure that his team goes for the clean play. Koskil with the Mac 10 finds one, but one is not enough. The rest of Netshoe Miners here to play, and Team Falcons will not stand a chance.
Netshoe's Miners from clunking out early in Game 1, getting the booyah in Game 2, absolutely stunning the Falcons here at Game 3. And now EWC Divine, Apex can't run away from Gaming Gladiators, all suffering outside of the blue zone. Little by little, they creep on in, but a fantastic showdown out against the Indonesians.
How many of the GG members can make it into the circle? They're doing the juggling very well. Kochio gets brought back up, instantly goes for a bit of that heal with the inhaler, and maybe GG will just drag themselves across the finishing line, but Kochio gets knocked down by the play zone again. They still want to go for the pick-up Raz with a good rescue. They are doing it so well, the juggling from the side of GG. Teamwork at its finest, they all make it to safety.
Yeah, I thought the Team Falcons were very used to this heat, man. I guess they're not just yet. But thank goodness this is just Point Rush. The recovery can be there for the grand finals. But Netshoe's Miners, on the other hand, with Brock 7 picked right back up, they are spending a little bit too long out there at the very edge of the circle. Now this puts them at a disadvantage unless they take a long rotation around the right-hand side. But instead of that, they're just going to move straight on into bird's eye view. Team Twisted Minds has got an advantage up against them.
Netshoe Miners have a couple of infos to work with. Twisted Minds in front of them, but also Gaming Gladiators to the west side with that Dinoculus that they deployed earlier on. But for Twisted Minds, they still somehow managed to find cover, and this is a pretty good spot, right? Even having a monster truck right in front of them, they could take a few eliminations with those pot shots.
AG, 12 points in hand already, but not a lot of players to survive with. So they just have to stick by, hoping and praying that they do not get found. It is the Wonder Child Duke, one of the best snipers out there from the Thai region. We did not see a lot of him in terms of dominance over at FFWSC. But Buriram trying to make that recovery gameplay as well as Gaming Gladiators get taken out.
BRU finally having a great round. This is the round that they are going to get that big point injection regardless of the results. Twisted Minds now a part of this final conflict. It is going to be Armageddon unleashed. Exposy ends up going down first, and BRU is the only team with a full squad left.
Twisted Minds slowly but surely circling around. 9-9 in a lot of trouble. Both Buriram and Twisted Minds focusing on Netshoe's Miners. You do not get a back-to-back booyah by the looks of things here, Netshoe's. Diamond, a couple of grenades out of this guy, and he quickly backs away, waiting for that final engagement, allowing Buriram to do most of the dirty work.
A ticking time bomb about to explode. Netshoe Miners cannot escape the grabs of phenomenom. 9 goes down to the ice grenade, and Proc 7 will just have to make a mad dash for it as BRU feeling confident enough that this is their time to remind the stage who they are as the team was Sana going in for a nameless. Twisted Minds getting picked apart left, right, and center. Absolutely dismembered, and Buriram United Esports locks in their booyah.
From dead last in the 12th spot to grabbing the 12 points thanks to a booyah on Kalahari. It looks like Buriram is not here to play. They are here to wreck.
Here to wreck, here to stay, here to conquer the entire world again. The Brazilian regions in particular put such a big target on their back, and they want to make sure that when the heat comes, they can respond.
But that said though, Netshoe Miners from a mediocre performance in the group stage to coming out on top, making sure they find that final circle so consistently is very impressive.
Absolutely impressive. I think even if they don't win this round, it doesn't really matter, right? Yeah. This is the improvement, the growth we want to see from NMG. Sure, of course, certain teams will fall behind. It's the nature of competition, but it's good to see some new faces.
Absolutely, and of course, we have not seen that perfect interaction between these 12 teams in every single game. We had the group stage to play with. A few of those teams got swapped out, a few got thrown in, but this is where this is the true preview of the grand finals, and it's so interesting to see that nobody can really tell exactly who's going to be grabbing the booyah at the end of the day.
Yeah, this is just the halfway point of Point Rush, right? The heat is just getting hotter and hotter, and like you said, so many permutations of what we can expect from the stage, right? The teams have not been able to interact with each other, and they will never have enough time, and that just leaves a lot of unpredictable circumstances waiting to be discovered.
Absolutely, man. And of course, it is a absolute beauty as to how Twisted Minds got into the final circle as well. But unfortunately for them, they just did not have enough manpower to get into that final circle and really do a lot of damage, right? Only Saming was left in there. But as the sniper of the squad, what can you do? Unless you're Moshi.
Unless you're Moshi. The only guy that takes a sniper rifle, does a 360, 720 in close range and wins the game for you.
Absolutely, and of course, Buriram showing that they are most definitely not going to be staying at the very bottom of the leaderboard, but the Brazilians as well showing that they've got the resiliency, right? I am most interested to see exactly what Team Solid has to say, because we have not really seen a lot from them for today.
And Loud, right? We have seen Fluxo and Netshoe Miners, but Loud was the leader. Maybe they can bring us something.
Absolutely. Speaking of Loud, let's throw it over to our buddies on the caster's desk. It is the one and only Tash Bunny and Obvi at the stage.
A very exciting moment. The air completely electric as the cheers from the crowd is completely wild. Today's a very important day as Point Rush goes through. We all know what happens on Point Rush. Collect the most points and bring yourself to the top. 4 points over in the grand finals tomorrow. And for now, let's talk a little bit about what happened today. We've seen so many different things happening. We saw hot drops, we saw change in pace, and also aggression coming in for the rest of the day. Today is the day where everyone is going all out.
Yes, and we can see a little recap for the previous 3 games. From game number 1, we have 3-way fights between Fluxo, PE, and AG Global as well, where Fluxo got the first booyah. And for the second 5-way fights, whereby the Netshoe Miners came out from to get the second game booyah. And for the third, Buriram, they were on the 12th place. And with that 3-way fights, they got the booyah. It was great, the aggression was there, and of course, they will try to get the best point for that point rush.
That's right. When we look about today, what's really important to see is how the last few circles have been happening. Game number 1 especially intense with 5 teams still alive. It was so packed in there, no space at all for teams to move. And as mentioned as well by our casters, AJ as well as Husky, that today one of the most interesting parts to see is how much these teams are trying to survive. Each point matters, especially after Fluxo's tethering on the knockout stage yesterday, making it to the end. Regardless, I think we have an interview happening on stage. Let's throw it to our very, very cool stage host. It's gonna be Milo as well as Yunsul.
Why, thank you so much, Tash and Ovi. Yes, my name is Milo. But seriously, guys, welcome back to the panel. We are going to have an interview lined up for you guys in just a second. But before that, though, we've got a lot of stuff that we have to talk about. And firstly, Paula, I want to start with you. We are not seeing any defined teams taking all the points. It has been rather spread across the board. I want to hear your thoughts about this. Why is that? Is this a case of teams just really trying different things? Is it maybe some teams trying to go for a defined strat, and then they're just being foiled? Like, what's really going on for today?
Everybody is just so good. Like, the level of play is so high that it's kind of even throughout. I mean, BRU was last place. They got the booyah on this one. They're going to be evenly distributed throughout. So this is kind of like a crazy situation where, like, all the teams have kind of gotten even points. I would make some sort of communist joke here, but I mean, it's only funny if everyone gets it.
I mean, couldn't agree more. There's a lot of teams really that's showing up, and that's the reason as well why they are here right now on the point rush. Top 12 from knockout stage, but I'm seeing a lot of a change in strats as well. AG Global is showing a lot of elimination all throughout, even challenging a lot of top teams from our knockout stage. But one thing is for sure, there are a few teams that might need a few more like hype in terms of grabbing placement point, because they would need that once they get in the grand finals.
Yeah, and Neptune, we actually discovered something really interesting from our last couple of play days, and it was actually specifically for Kalahari. So what is it that has made Kalahari such a defining map that has actually split the competition apart?
So, well, after saying this, we're going to call Kalahari the Team Breaker map, because after reviewing all the numbers, all the points from the knockout stage, the bottom 3 adding up for all those 3 days, or bottom 6 rather, adding up all those 3 days are the bottom 6 that has been eliminated from the knockout stage. So that was just a fun fact. That was not quite sure if it's a coincidence, but I guess this might show us a little bit of insight on how it will end up on the grand finals.
Yeah, and I think Kalahari is that type where it's like some teams are really hot on it. Some do really, really well, while others are just like, they just can't figure it out. It's like a whole other beast on its own.
It's a team breaker. That's what it kind of sounds like at this point of time. So if you do well on Kalahari, that's a really big benefit to you as a team. But Kalahari's done and dusted. We've done 3 games today. We've got 3 more maps to go, and we have Alpine coming up next. So who are the defining teams that we need to look to coming into Alpine? And in particular, I kind of want to look at the teams that aren't really doing well for points.
Well, unfortunately, on the previous knockout stage, we have Loud, Evos, and Buriram United. But let's check out the points right now from the match that we just seen, and this is coming from Kalahari.
Yeah, Buriram looking fantastic. They have been sitting towards the bottom of the bracket, so super happy with this one. It will push them up and it will lock in a couple points for them. Not guaranteed since we are only halfway through the competition, but AG Global, I have to say, this team has really stepped up today. Sure, they're not getting the glory, the booyahs, but one thing that they do have going for them is the consistency across all of the games today. They are surviving to the end game, and most importantly, they have been so aggressive.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 51 in total points, and elimination is composed of 29 of that. So even the placement point is like topping the rest of the teams. I love what I'm seeing from AG Global. Hopefully it doesn't stop here in Point Rush and it carries over onto the grand finals.
I think they're doing really well in terms of the team fights. They're getting a lot of kills, and that's kind of just like letting them prolong and survive to that late game. Yeah. And that's kind of why, I mean, yeah, they haven't got any booyahs, but I mean, at the end of the day, force it in the sense that like you can get all these eliminations, then you can kind of control your destiny.
So at this point in time, just seeing that AG Global, they have been able to consistently make their path to that end game. Are they now going to actually develop a target on their back? Because teams know that if you come across AG, they have been hyper aggressive. They are happy to bring the fights to you. I kind of feel like if you're going to counter that, you kind of have to bring the fights to them when they least expect it.
Well, it is possible, because from earlier, from all the matches that we've seen so far, they have went against the top teams, and later on in the grand finals, they might be having that target on their back, and they know specifically how they move from Point Rush.
Yeah. Our MVP for the round. Can you guess who it is? Our player's name starts with P. It's actually Funa! Oh my goodness, it's actually, I think Buriram fans going to be super happy to see Buriram on the screen, because we haven't seen them up until this point. Picking up these points, but for Funa, 4 eliminations for that round in Kalahari, 2,776 damage and 721 healing. Is Buriram back?
They were never gone. Let me be honest, okay? It was just 2 games. It was kind of warming up on this one, but, you know, Buriram is Buriram. Whenever they want, they'll just turn it up, they'll get that MVP, and they'll continue on and get that booyah.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. There's a huge chance, really, that they can bring it back. They can take it over. There's also a greater chance that they're just chilling. They're finding out how the rest of the teams are playing it out, especially for those who's giving it all. And then later in grand finals, they're just going in there, bam.
Yeah. Seeing that they had this victory here, do you think teams are going to be like, okay, I think we have to deal with Buriram again because they're starting to make that comeback happen? I mean, what are the chances of that possibly happening? We'll find out after this, though, because it looks like we have a stage interview ready to go. So let's see what our winners have to say after securing their booyah.
Hey everyone, welcome to our interview show. Right next to me is Buriram United Esports Funa. Funa, can you say hello to the audience, please?
ทักทายแฟนๆหน่อยครับ
สวัสดีครับผมภูนะครับ
Hello, I'm Puna, guys.
First of all, congratulations on your third game booyah of this. You guys did an amazing job. Then, since today is our point rush stage, how do you feel about the heat and the intensity of the stage today?
ด้วยความที่รอบนี้เป็น Point Rush เนี่ยรู้สึกว่าเกมมันตึงขึ้นบ้างหรือเปล่าครับ
ตึงขึ้นครับ
More intense, yes.
Very intense, I can see that as well. Do you see that your rivalry, which is Twisted Minds, how would you rate them?
แล้วคิดว่าผลงานของ Twisted Mind ตอนนี้เป็นยังไงบ้างครับให้เราลองวิเคราะห์ดูก็ได้ครับ
ก็ดีครับ
Good.
I can see that because they always meet each other on the game a lot. So, last questions. Do you have any words you want to send to the Thai viewers and so everyone who is watching EWC Free Fire?
มีอะไรอยากจะฝากถึงแฟนๆชาวไทยที่กำลังดูอยู่ตอนนี้ไหมครับ
ฝากเชียร์ทีมไทยด้วยนะครับ
Please cheer all the Thai team, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Funa, so much, and I hope that you guys will be having more and more booyah in the next game. This is the end of our interview with Buriram United Esports Funa. Let's head back to the studio.
To be fair, I think Buriram, they're going to have to feel a little bit of this heat here. They are feeling a little bit stressed, but having that comeback in game number 3, I think that definitely has pushed up that team morale. But now you're going to have to wonder, and we said this before we went to the interview, is Buriram now going to be the target of all these teams? Because we've seen what's happened in the past, right? Buriram, they sort of disappear for a little bit from the leaderboard, you think they're gone, and then they come back when you least expect it.
I'm going to carry over what your answer was earlier. Well, they still are. They still are the target of the teams, and we've seen that so many times. I would love to see other teams really show up, to show on the radar of the other teams, especially coming from Brazil. But Buriram United, it's a strong team. They might be the first one being hit on, so they need to outplay them all.
Yeah, and I think if I'm one of the other teams, I still don't want to awaken this beast. I'm going to let them get their points. They're going to get their booyah at some point. Let them have it. Just kind of, I would avoid them altogether.
Fair. I think that's a very solid strat. Now, as we do prepare for our next matchup, we actually managed to catch up with RRQ backstage just to get their thoughts on how they're feeling today, because it hasn't been the best RRQ day. So let's see what RRQ have to say after that match.
And welcome back to Free Fire Esports World Cup. I'm Carol Bombshell, and I'm happy to be here with the RRQ, a team from Indonesia. Thank you guys for letting me interview you. And for the first question, I would like to know, you guys did very great during the qualify phase, but you're not having really good results here today. What is actually happening?
Kalian kan memiliki hasil yang bagus di kualifikasi, lalu sekarang hari ini kalian juga punya hasil yang bagus juga. Nah, kira-kira apa sih yang sebenarnya terjadi hari ini?
Yang terjadi hari ini ya,
lihat kamera.
Kita masih coba-coba aja sih.
We still just trying things.
Oh, good. This is actually will help with my next question, because I want to know if you guys are possibly testing new things, maybe setting new strategies, maybe new another goals for tomorrow's for the grand finals.
Sorry, repeat.
I would like to know if they are setting new strategies, new goals for the grand finals.
Okay. Jadi apakah kalian tuh sedang meracik sesuatu yang baru atau strategi-strategi baru buat grand final besok?
Ya kita sekarang nyoba-nyoba aja sih, maksimalin point rush.
Like we said, we just trying out things in point rush to bring it to the grand finals tomorrow.
Good to know. I would love to have some spoilers. Is that possible?
Bisa spill dikit nggak kalau kata anak-anak?
Nggak ada apa-apa, main doang.
Nothing, we're just playing.
Okay, and for us to finish the interview, we would like to know what can we expect from you guys for the rest of the day.
Jadi pertanyaan terakhir, kira-kira kita bisa ngelihat apa nih dari kalian di hari ini?
Ngeliat apa?
Nggak ada sih, kita lihat main kita ya. Semoga kita bisa lebih bagus aja.
Yeah, nothing much, but we'll just keep on playing our game and let's hope we can bring better results.
Okay, thank you so much for the interview. I think they are hiding something, but we will see during the matches. Thanks so much. I wish you guys all the luck for the next matches, and I will go back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Carol. So RRQ fans can maybe breathe a little easy knowing that they're just trying some stuff. Okay, so today might not look so good, but you know, with experimentation, you do sometimes have to fail here and there. Do we think RRQ are really saving strats though? Because I'm an RRQ fan and I love to advocate for them, but I'm feeling a little uneasy to be completely honest.
Well, halfway through this day, and if they're trying new strats, it's not working, I guess they have to go back to where they were before. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see. We still have 3 more matches.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I think RRQ they still need to play it strong. I mean, they generally score very high. They get booyahs and not really kills. So I think that was not the good time for that.
All right, so along with RRQ, we are going to give our teams a moment to sort of sit back and just sort of think, what do they want to do for their next upcoming matchup? So we are going to go for a quick break. So as always, if you need to do anything, do it now, but make sure you're back for our next matchup because we're going to have to find out who gets the next booyah. We'll see you after this, survivors.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Esports World Cup Free Fire 2024. We're here in Punt Rush Day, and I'm none other than joined by Luan from Loud. You guys did so good during the group stage, but right now it seems like you're having a rough start. What's going on?
Vocês parecem que começaram muito bem e agora o que está acontecendo?
Mano, acho que algumas coisas não estão encaixando. A gente tá testando algumas coisas que acabam não dando certo, mas a gente vai voltar com o máximo aí, tá ligado? E vamos tentar nosso melhor para tentar voltar forte aí.
A few things are not working out. We've tried a few things are not working out, but we are going to do our best to try and go back and make a comeback.
I'm definitely hoping you guys make a comeback because you guys are one of the most exciting teams here in the EWC. With that said, what do you think needs to be the strategy change to keep moving forward? Because now we're halfway past the point of point rush.
O que vocês acham que deve ser a estratégia de vocês agora? Porque a gente está já passado da metade da pontuação.
Mano, nossa estratégia é continuar tentando desempenhar bem, se der certo, deu. Mas, mano, a gente tá tentando o nosso máximo aí, acabando sendo surpreendidos em algumas coisas, sabe? Mas é isso, mano. Bom que a gente já coleciona mais algumas estratégias para a final e vamos dar nosso melhor até o final e é isso.
We are going to try to carry on playing well. We're being surprised by a few things, but we're going to do our best and we're going to try and do our best.
I'm glad to hear that. And the last one here, you're saying you're being surprised by a couple of things. Is one of them, does it feel like the teams are hunting you down? Like you guys have a big target in your back because you guys were first place at a group stage?
Tu disse que vocês estão sendo surpreendidos por algumas coisas e alguma delas talvez seja vocês estarem sendo caçados?
Caçados é uma palavra muito forte, mas eu acho que sendo estudados, sabe? O pessoal estão estudando nosso estilo de jogo e acabando alterando às vezes, mas a gente vai continuar estudando para tentar reverter isso.
Hunting, I think, is a strong word. I think we've been studied and we're going to carry on trying to do our best.
Well, we gotta wait and see what's gonna happen here. Luckily for them, it is just point rush, but tomorrow they gotta step it up. Back to you guys.
Pretty good to get Lad's perspective on the playdate because they are in a pretty shaky position, to be completely honest. I do believe they are bottom 3 at this point of time, and if they're looking to grab those points, bottom 3 is not really where you want to be. Middle of the pack, obviously, in number 1, that's the best place to be if you want to grab those points. But pretty interesting to hear from Loud themselves to say that they're not necessarily being specifically shut down, but rather steadied. I think that's a really great word to describe how things are sort of going for them. Back onto the schedule for today. If you have just tuned in to the Esports World Cup here for the Free Fire division, we have wrapped up 3 games so far, and we have 3 different teams securing booyahs. No consistent winner at this point in time, but things might change here as we have crossed the halfway mark and are preparing to jump into Alpine. Map number 4. Is this possibly the map where we are going to get a second booyah for one of these 3 teams?
I'm not entirely sure if a second team is, but I do know that Loud scores the highest on Alpine. So if anything, they need that they need those points. This is the map for them.
Yeah, I mean, for your question, I mean, this might be a good chance that Buriram United might be able to get back-to-back, if not 3 maps, because Alpine is one of their favorites, followed by Nextera. So we'll have to see. They might have just really slowed down in the first 2 and just brought it on up to the next.
Yep, Alpine is ready, so let's toss it to our stage hosts.
What a day we've had here so far at EWC Free Fire, live from the STC Arena. Incredible action. Teams have been jumping at the opportunity to gather points in the points rush game, and we hit the halfway mark.
Yes, I've seen so many chaotic combat within the 3 games, right? And they did a very good job, but today it's just only point rush stage, and they played very, how do I say, freestyle play.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's really exciting, it's really fun, I can see that.
Yeah, absolutely. The beginning of it has just been slow, then super fast, and slow again. And that's the beauty of it, watching Free Fire here at EWC. But you know what? We still have 3 more games to go. The only thing left for our teams to collect points before they get to the finals tomorrow. So let's give it back to our casters and get back to game number 4.
And now game number 4 will start soon. What we are seeing right now in terms of placement, it is quite amazing. We can see the differences between the team, the points are very close. So can each of the team will get gaining more and more points? We will see in this map. Right now from AG Global, they are leading with 51 points. We can see how aggressive they are and how consistent they are getting towards middle of the game. But for Buriram, with that last booyah, they are going towards the 6th rank. So with that, we will see is the Sim team gonna get the double booyah for tonight or not, with the flight paths are coming from Carousel towards Ocean View, and we have Esports as the first team to drop out from the plane, and followed by RRQ. Right now the plane are divided, the flight paths are divided quite equally, so the chances are each team can go towards their favorite drop spot.
Your favorite drop spot? What's your favorite drop spot?
Oh, in this map, Snowfall.
Snowfall? Oh, you know, speaking of falling down already, teams already going in for those loots. I think we talked a little bit just now, right, on the stage, about how today is such a day of change. And speaking of change, look at his aggression coming through. This aggression is one of those aggressions that have been a very, very loved. Esports coming up here with the first blood, and they are happy to fight for this crate.
Oh, and now with base cam, we are going to see a fight between both our Brazilian teams coming from Fluxo and Loud. Right now for Fluxo, they are on the 5th on the ranking, and also for Loud on the 10th. Can Fluxo try to gain more elimination points, or are they gonna start retreating from base camp? Right now for the two, they cannot stay a bit of a time here. If not, then the chances are RRQ, which is in dock, or either PE Sport as well, might come to them. But we will see. Whereas we have TS, Team Solid, just bought a bounty towards the enemy team, which is coming from AG Global.
AG Global. Now, when we talk about Team Solid, we talk about how, in terms of how they play, what's not broken, why fix it, right? We saw that they're still going with that hot dropping style of play, hold that thought, aggression come through. It's going to be Lost 21 that's knocked first. RQ today bringing a fight to so many different teams. But in this situation, Loud, 2 players knocked down already. Fluxo going on the aggressive. A team that's tethering on the brink of knockout yesterday. Today, bringing the heat and the fire through. But it's going to be Loud that comes up on top.
Unfortunately for Fluxo, they were wiped on the 12th place right now. But in another space, we are seeing Netshoe Miners with Falcon. Falcon already gotten 3 of the players. They are looking for another one. Can the last player coming from Netshoe Miners make it?
They just got Booyah just now, and they are running for their lives. Nando, 9, possibly the savior for the team. Now, as for Falcons, the team, the crowd cheering for them, clearly a home turf buff. And coming into today, while they are as aggressive as before, it wasn't what more that we wanted to see from the last few days. Still heating up probably. We want to see more than that. And PE Sports still going through this fight by high, just quickly weaving through all of these obstacles. They're not done quite yet. This is a very long and prolonged fight. And finally, up by high hits the ground.
Oh, what a nice shot coming from PE Sports. They are being aggressive for tonight, and they gotten the second player from RRQ as well. With that, 2 elimination points goes towards them, and they are the highest elimination leaders on the 3rd minute. But in another phase, we have Team Solid gotten 1 of the players coming from EVOS Divine. But for Twisted Mind, right now they are staying in this compound in Militia. Next to them is Gaimin Gladiators.
I'm really excited about Gaimin Gladiators, if you think about it. They brought the heat to the last day. Coming through as a team that's also in the brink of knockout, bringing the heat on the last few rounds. In fact, bringing those multi-frags, aggressive, and also pressure. Speaking of pressure, Twisted Minds putting a lot of pressure onto every single team that passes them. But no, I would say no contact play quite yet. They're taking their time with this. And we saw, well, we did see aggression at the beginning of the game. Did you see in the last 3 maps, at least on map number 4 right now, they sort of changed the pace a bit.
Yep, and they are getting much more, try to be much more safer during the early fight. But during the late game, the late stage, then all the teams are going to be fighting with each other. And just now, we are seeing on how Gaimin Gladiators, they were neighbors to Twisted Mind. But they tried to take a gap, trying to
look at this aggression! It's gonna be Falcons that finds Ray! Not the best situation to be in. EVOS. 1 knocked already, and the kill leader, as I say that, it's a term in Malay, masin mulut. Falcons now making dreams come through, and they are the kill leaders. A good thing for them, if you think about it. When you talk about home buff, it's real. This is what you want. Just now, we were sitting there in the stadium. The crowd was electric, loud. They were cheering loudly for this team. The team that they wants to go on top, the team that has home ground advantage. They want to get as many points as they can for Point Rush to give them themselves a leg up tomorrow in the grand finals. But today for EVOS, a team has been quiet now toward the middle of the, I would say, the ladder. Today, coming in second in one of the maps, they are bringing the heat as well to this game.
Yeah, and they are giving so much pressure. But for AG Global, right now they are seeing Loud detecting one of the players coming from them. But with that, they are trying to hold the ground. By Drax is trying by stopping. Immediately came in. Both of them are going down. Assisted by Dew as well with the sniper.
Do you see how quick that trade was? Both teams bringing their A game today. Cow17 is here. Just kind of ring around and Rosing, being able to reconvene with his teammates. Left to do a one-on-one, but it's so good that they managed to isolate each other. Caramel is there, but you can see that for Lost 21, it's all about being able to have the long-range fights to just really clear out the entirety of these stragglers to the side. Yago is still here. Yago is solo! Not for long though. Sypha is just quick on that trade. Drops into the out, and he did also manage to bring Stop back into the game. Lost 21 in trouble, all alone. Can he make something happen? Not quite, as he does bring his teammates back. But for now, Sypha and Stop are the two S's in the team that make things smooth for them.
And from what I see here, AG Global, they are really quick on that reviving their own teammate. Whereas Loud, they were having some troubles. They are losing one by one of their players.
Yeah.
But unfortunately for them, they need to get away to reset their own team. And here, some of the SPC replay, we are seeing Falcon getting Netshoe minus, where they immediately taken 3 of the players.
It feels like a booyah kind of like turns into a target on your back in this situation. Netshoe Miners also managing to get one today. And, you know, I think on day number 1, we talked about the brilliance of Nando9, a player from that team. Often really puts head-to-head with Yago. Yago this time around shines a bit more, but today Nando9 saying, hey, I've come here to play as well. Now, speaking of coming to play, Buriram United today start off rough. And then in that previous one round, managing to go all the way to the top of the ladder with so many eliminations, getting that booyah, and suddenly everything went so well for them.
They really trained for it.
I mean, Wasana was insane, let's be real here. Wasana out here wiping out entire teams on his own while his teammates either get revived or rotates over.
And right now we are seeing one of the players coming from Netshoe Miners have been taken out. And Wasana, like you said, immediately push 3 of the players coming from Netshoe Miners. And we have Raywon is trying to hide behind the boulders there.
He's the key for the team. He's the key for the team. The guy that gets the multi-frags. We want to see another 18-year. Let's talk about Wasana. And speaking of that, they go aggressive. Jump shots all around. Moshi does good one, and so does Wasana. There's going to be answering all around, but Buriram United, they stay very, very healthy. It's going to be Netshoe Miners that's in trouble, running for their lives. General running to the other side of the area, dropping some util forward, rushes up here, Wasana, and he just takes up so much space before the team could even react. They're eliminated at 11th place.
And how aggressive Wasana and Funa is, they immediately go in, try to take one of the players, and immediately taken out the number 2 on the overall ranking right now. So this is quite a worrisome for Netshoe Miners. They need to be careful for the next game. If not, then the chances are they'll be dropping from the leaderboards. But for PE Sport, they are quite close towards Buriram.
Let's talk about PE Sports. Their performance.
Oh, they are performing well.
They're performing so well today, but very quiet in the knockout stage. I feel like they've been hiding their cards.
True. They will not immediately engage within a fight. They try to assess the situation first, and then they will go for it. If they know that they can take 1, 2, or the whole squad together.
Yeah, a team that is, you know, when you are playing a poker game, you don't show all your cards in the beginning, you show it all the way till the end. And for now, I think Eve, despite today being a point rush, I have a feeling more cards are about to be shown tomorrow on the grand finals. But for now, before we go into that, we can see that Falcon's already 6 in the bag in terms of eliminations. I think at the beginning of the day, we did try to see them play as aggressively as they did on the knockout stage, but they were punished over and over again. Do you see the change in pace for them from very aggressive going to every single team, and now they're saying maybe there's a right time for us to do that, and perhaps the early stages was not the time.
Yes, and I think for Falcons, they know what they need to do, the rotation where they are dropping as well. But for them, for Team Falcon, they are going towards Snowfall, where Buriram is there. So the chances are Falcon and Buriram will be fighting off each other, and they might be joining by EVOS as well.
It's going to be very exciting for EVOS, a team. I mean, we talk about aggressive Indonesian teams. We talk about RRQ in the performance of the knockout stage. But today, EVOS says we are just as good as our brother team from Indonesia, if not better. And for Indonesians, we want to rise up to show what we can offer to the Free Fire world. And now it's a lull. It's almost quiet. If you look at the circle right now, no one is engaging to each other, trying to figure out where exactly the circle is pulling. It's going to be Funa here from Buram United. That's going to be putting the pressure onto the members of Falcons. On fire, finally knocked down here. His teammates not quite there to really assist, but they're not afraid to take up that space. Speaking of taking up space, it's going to be Wasana that's going to try and get the pick off onto On Fire. He's got it up once again. Not quite happening yet, but Wasana, they want to do everything they can, not only to just gatekeep the circle, but also collect as many of these elimination points as they can.
And right now for Buriram, we are seeing Wasana trying to hold that spot. He's trying to rush in, but immediately Peter with the Chargebusters going in, pushing Buriram back to their spots. Can they make it? But for Peter, he needs to be careful. If his team is not covering from behind, then one more is already being taken out by Joanna with that Drogon. But Twisted Mind as well, being eliminated on the 3rd place.
Oh, this is very aggressive. Look at this collapse coming through from both these teams. Falcon in trouble. 2 knocked already. On fire out. And so will one more cause Q. He's trying to make the things happen. He's trying to make sure his team stays alive. Can't do that. Gets knocked. And the whole team quad by Wasana completely obliterated in one fell swoop. Buriram United is on fire and they keep going.
And they will keep on going towards the zone right now. The zone is shrinking. On the 3rd, we will be seeing more and more going or moving towards Snowfall, where there is no much compound to be taken. But we are seeing PE Sport are getting closer towards Gaimin. And with most eliminations on the 11th minute, we are still having 8 squads here. That's just gotten a headshot with that AWM. But for Gaimin, they have the better spots. Nero already been taken down. Can they make it with the Skylers being traded?
This is just so aggressive. PE, they're doing so phenomenal today. On fire, they are on the heat. They play this very safe. They're allowing themselves to be grouped up to each other, but enough to just trade off with one another if they need to be. Separated now, isolated. They're not allowing anyone to get into the circle itself. It's so hard when Gaming Gladiators as well have their own A-game here. 18th year, one of the scariest players around. Nero goes down, and so does the other member of Gaming Gladiators. They jump forward, they knock one down. And for PE, they're not done quite yet. Despite the man disadvantage, they go for more. But look who wants to join. It's going to be EVOS here, who's joining as a third party. Third party is a strat. And this Indonesian squad says, why, thank you very much for all of these elimination points. PE Esports eliminated. And now it's all about finding the last few members of Gaming Gladiators. They have the high ground advantage. Other teams are so attracted to the side of Gunfire. And they keep going.
And right now, with that bomb, automatically tried to assist his own teammate by Lim. But 3 of the players coming from EVOS. We have Ray with that headshot as well. They are being aimed by AG Global on another spot. And with that, Lim, unfortunately for him, he accidentally killed himself. And with that, given the elimination points to Ray coming from EVOS.
So unfortunate, and this fight still going. Razor knocked down already. RRQ, they can hold on by high all alone. And it's such a different style of aggression from Buriram United, coming from the bottom in the beginning of the day, and now they are one of the top here right now. So hot, so aggressive, and AG finds themselves toe-to-toe with Loud. Wasana and the other members of Buriram United put that aside, because for Loud, this is the moment where they want to show that the Brazilians can shine. It's all about silence. It's all about getting as much info they can. They're trying to make sure that in terms of their positioning, everything goes according to plan.
But from what I'm seeing, AG Global, they are trying to take a step back. They are moving towards the Arsenal. Maybe they want to see if there is an Indonesian team, which is EVOS, are trying to come towards them. I try to backstabbing them. But we have Buriram as well. We'll try to hold towards coming EVOS Esports there.
Oh, EVOS Esports. Despite the 2-man disadvantage, we've seen them do a magic, and this is what we want to see. But look at how many players are running and gunning toward the Arsenal. And in this situation, AG, they find themselves just completely cornered like rats inside of the Arsenal itself. We've seen bad news come from this, but can AG come up on top is the question. They buy time, they buy space. All those blue walls set up, immediately broken. Dew is on the outside. We've seen him get 2, 3 frags, but he wants to move out of the way. He tries to put in damage, but a team as aggressive as Loud, also separated individually. Brilliant goes down. Caramel finds one, and he immediately lobbies one. Drax quick on that trade, and so does Yago. Jonah is here to third party, and fourth place will be the one given to Loud.
Loud. They were on the fourth place, and now Buriram are coming in, trying to disturb AG Global. They will not give them a chance to rest or reset themselves. But with this arsenal, they can create a compound, a defensive structure that they can use. But for EVOS, currently 2 of the players have been taken out. Ray and M-God. Will they join the fights? But from what I'm seeing, Buriram is going towards them. And with the Tatsuya as well has been used by Joanna, the chances are EVOS will be the one put on the chopping table.
Might be that. They have a 2-man disadvantage. They don't have a lot of space to work with. The only cover they have is that rock. Perhaps some blue walls to work with. And we know that in terms of Wasana as a rusher, he's aggressive. He takes up so much space. And he's just so quick, individually brilliant. A lot of firepower all on his own. This man is a one-man army. And he has his eyes onto the members of AG. Moves up the way. The blue melter gonna force him out of that area. And that's fine by them. They just take the time, just waiting for the right opportune moment. And AG says, okay, it's time for us to pump the brakes. Because just now, we won because we are playing the third party. Perhaps now will be the time for us to do the same.
Yes, and what we are seeing right now, they are just lying down. They want to know where are the last zone going to shrink. Because we are at the last, and of course, the damage will be significant towards the player. And with a lot of bomb are being thrown by AG. Going toward EVOS. EVOS with 2 of the players. Can they get ready? Almost. But the engagement is not going through by AG Global. They know Buriram will sooner or later will join towards them. They are still waiting. They know if they start it first, Buriram will come as a third party. But if Buriram going towards EVOS, then AG Global are waiting to get that opportunity. Right now, who have the patience or the disciplines to wait for the other team?
It's all about just waiting who does the first contact first. And the situation's gonna be Abe got this knocked, and suddenly AG just completely collapses onto that. And they secure the points too. This is massive for them, but look how quickly the collapse happens. Wasana already good for 2. Jonah as well joins in the fray, and suddenly every single member of AG just knocked down like dominoes. Not the best situation for them to be in. And Buriram United, they're smiling. We have seen miracles happen, but could this be the time that miracles can happen for this team? Looks like it's not going to be that, because Buriram United once again, another booyah in the bag. And this team from bottom going to the top, they're hot, they're slow at starting, but great at ending the day. But another 2 maps to go. Let's see how they do this.
Yeah, they were great coming from Buriram. They really took their time. They knew on how to engage in that fight. AG Global started the fight with EVOS and immediately taken 2 of the players, making EVOS on the 3rd place. But for AG Global, since they started it first, Buriram ended it.
I think it's all about just perspective in this situation. It felt like everyone started first, because everyone was just throwing so many utilities, abilities onto every single corner. It was about how unlucky they were, because you have to understand, the mindset for most of these teams is one player knocks, we just completely collapse. And I think for AG, they're thinking, okay, if they collapse, that's fine. We just quickly get these 2 points and just rush straight onto Buriram United. But Buriram United, they're just waiting for that first contact play, and that is the most important thing to talk about. Regardless, for Buriram United, I'm honestly wondering, there was a lot of questions about them this morning. What happened to them? What is going on? And then suddenly bringing it back and a blink of an eye. What do you think happened in their mindset shift?
I think they're gonna go on for the most point for this game. For the point rush.
For every single... Wait, hang on. So if you say Buriram United is gonna get the most here, if they lose and not get the most, does it mean you are the jinxer?
I hope not. I hope not.
You hope not?
Because just then, on the 3rd game, they were on the 12th place.
Yes.
And now they got back-to-back booyah.
Right.
They are now number 2. I think so, with my calculation in my head.
Yeah.
So the chances are they might be on the top 3.
most probably we'll see how our analysts are gonna table out the leaderboard soon.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see that. I mean, we have the brains of Neptune as well as everyone else. But for now, here are the highlights happening. And I think what's really important about talking about this team, I mean, it was pretty much already recapped just now in our recap before game number 3, right? About how the change has been for most of these teams. The Brazilian teams are a little bit more aggressive than usual, kind of following the tempo of the Thai teams. We have the teams that are playing, that everyone is playing so safely yet so aggressive at the same time. It's really hard to pinpoint what exactly is their game point. But for that, let's have a go at
on the main stage here with our victors, 2 Booyahs in a row. It's Buriram United. Esports, of course, are joined by Wasana from the squad. Now, 2 wins in a row. That really is a big recovery after the first 2 games. How do you feel so far?
2 วินรวดที่ได้มาตอนนี้ก็คือฟื้นตัวขึ้นมาได้แล้วรู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็รู้สึกว่ามีความมั่นใจในการเล่นมากขึ้นครับแล้วก็เพิ่มแบบความเข้าใจกันในทีมครับ
The 2 wins give us confidence and giving us understanding on how should we play today.
I mean, at the end, there were no Brazilian teams to be found. Do you think now it's SEA in control?
ก็คือตอนนี้ไม่มีทีมบราซิลเหลือเลยในช่วงท้ายๆแล้วคิดว่าตอนนี้โซน4ของเรากำลังแบบคุมเกมอยู่หรือเปล่าครับ
ผมว่าก็น่าจะแบบนั้นแหละครับ
It seems like that.
Very much so. There it is, SEA. But there's 2 more games left. Where do you think you will place at the end of the day?
เหลืออีก2 เกมครับคิดว่าจากนี้จะเล่นยังไงต่อดีครับ
ก็เล่นเรื่อยๆครับจะเอาบูย่ามาเรื่อยๆครับ
We'll get all the booyahs.
There we go. They're looking for it. There it is. Buriram United Esports, 2 wins in a row. We'll see. Thank you very much, Wasana. Congratulations. Thank you for a wonderful translator. Now on for our Arabic viewers. المشاهدين العرب.
Buriram are back, baby. If you're a fan of Buriram, I think this is when you say, they're fine. They're gonna be okay. They're not flunking. 2 back-to-back Booyahs.
Yeah.
This is very concerning for the other competitors because if you're looking for points and Buriram are awake, it's going to be an uphill battle. But let's break down what really happened in that matchup because it wasn't just a case of Buriram going ham. Sure, they were getting a lot of eliminations, but we did have a couple of other teams really capitalize on Alpine. A couple to mention. Firstly, Loud. They got rid of Fluxo. 12th place. This was quite a shocking elimination, especially with the fact that we thought Fluxo was actually going to wake up today. What kind of happened in that initial fight? Because we really thought this was the time for Fluxo to shine.
Maybe it's a little bit too cold at this stage, so they decided to sleep back again. But no, jokes
The map
aside,
is a little bit cold.
jokes aside, I mean, there's a few teams really that's trying the first few maps as a testing ground, as a warm-up. Like Wasana just mentioned, we are treating the first few maps to study our opponents, to check how they would fare on probably different tactics, and then if they decide to go back and grab that booyah, then they do so.
Yeah, that was also mentioned by RRQ's interview before, is that they are trying out new stuff at the same time. And if we were to look at the Buriram as well, based on the interview of Wasana, you know what they say in my village? It doesn't matter how much you speak, it matters how much you put on the table. And this is Buriram United putting on the table. I guess they needed a little bit of a restart because they had a break yesterday. And if you remember, during day number 1, they had a pretty shaky start as well during the first half of the day. But once they found their rhythm, they just went all the way. So I guess now Buriram is back on the table.
So I guess it's time for people to start hot dropping Buriram again. That sounds like it might end up being the plan. But we do have a couple teams that could potentially do that, right? Because we have had some really aggressive teams step up. Esports. This team came out of nowhere and they are popping heads. And consistently today as well, we haven't seen Esports end up in the bottom of the bracket. They've been pretty consistently hiding towards the middle of that pack. Is this a team that we're actually going to have to start looking out for? Because, yeah, maybe they don't get a booyah, although to be fair, I do think they are due for a booyah very, very soon. But I actually think teams, are they underestimating Esports?
It is possible that they are underestimating Esports. If you remember their placement from the Southeast Asia FFWS, they were 2nd. So, and that's one thing really that can be thrown into the table when we talk about Esports. But speaking of table, here's a table for a match ranking.
Match ranking's got to grab those points, and I think Buriram fans are going to want to try and do a little bit of math here to figure out where are they on the overall scoreboard because basically locking in 29 points here. This is going to shoot them all the way up on that leaderboard because up until this point, I think this is the most points we've actually had in the whole of today.
Yeah,
29?
I mean, it is. And with this numbers, this will bring them probably to second place. But let's head over to the MVP, none other than Funo once again.
Second time for this man to be getting MVP. I mean, he deserves it. Amazing performance coming out from Funa. 4 eliminations, 3,376 damage, 1,266 healing. Although I think we kind of have to give Wasana a shout out as well. He, like, as much as we like to praise single players on teams, I feel like Wasana is such a perfect complement to all of his teammates because if someone sets up, he's always there to finish the job.
Yeah, I mean, he's the MVP of FFWS Southeast Asia. And if you gotta think about it as well, for Buriram, like what you said, it's not only about Puna, but the entire team works.
The entire team works, and the entire team is now in second place. 1 spot behind AG Global, and they love to swipe that away. They're not that far behind, boys. So, Buriram looking to take that first place away from AG Global. But AG Global have played fantastic today as well. They have been extremely consistent all throughout today. No bottom finishes, high eliminations. So if you're AG Global and you want to stay in that first place, what are we expecting from this team moving into Nextera? Because we are jumping into Game 5 very soon. They've been super aggressive. Are they going to maybe be even more aggressive?
Well, it is possible that they can do that, or they can just play their usual strength. Keep the distance, shoot them afar. They do have Du as a sniper, and then the rest of the team might be able to go in for a finisher. But fun fact, for those who saw the overall, top 5 has maintained their 33% of top 3. So meaning to say, out of the 4 matches that we've finished, they're already taken 3, every of the 3 on the top 3 spots. So that's the consistency that we're looking for. That's the consistency that we might see once again.
Let's break it down for this map as well. Nextera, top teams to look out for from past performances.
Well, for Nextera, there are a few teams like Riyadh United, Twisted Mind, as well as Loud, Teal Falcons. Well, I mean, I think this is where it gets exciting because it comes closer towards the end of the day, where everyone is just trying to catch up on the points.
Any final words, Cloud, before we jump into game number 5?
Don't forget about AG and EVOS.
All right, thank you so much, gentlemen. We're going to jump into game number 5 right before we head into that random map, but throwing it over to Ovi and Tash. Have a fun time.
We are definitely going to be having fun for this one as we see a back-to-back booyah already by Buriram United, a comeback that was phenomenally insane. Aggression, third parties. What more is a recipe to fun?
Yeah, and from what I'm seeing here, the meta right now, they are going to third party every time they will be on the end zone.
It's like a Mexican standoff, right?
Yeah.
3 teams, they're like holding their guns to each other like, I won't shoot if you shoot. I'm waiting for you to shoot first. Are you going to shoot first or is it going to be me?
We'll see. We'll see.
Okay, so coming into Nextera. Now, the Descat really shared with us teams that are to look out for on this map. Which is the team do you think is to look out for on this map?
For me, Buriram. They
Buriram
already got
United?
back-to-back booyah.
Yeah.
And now we are moving towards the map that they have gotten the booyah on the first day.
Right. We also have seen booyahs come through from, I believe, Loud as well. So that's going to be really exciting. Fluxo. So this is going to be very, very exciting coming through. And let's see the flight path here.
Yeah, coming from Deka Square towards Intellect Center, we are seeing EVOS are taking to the left. The split from the flight path are quite equally. And from what I'm seeing, Intellect Center, we'll see Fluxo with a Gaimin Gladiators. Will be taking the compound.
Doesn't it feel like deja vu? I feel like we've casted this before, where 2 teams are in the Intellect Center, they are fighting each other, and then suddenly we have a look, it's going to be Falcons just climbing through, but that hasn't happened yet, because right now, Fluxo immediately going to go on the aggressive, and I'm not surprised that this is happening. Both teams are very aggressive, both teams very adept in firepower. What do you think will be the outcome because that dodge by Gio, massive, keeps him alive a little bit more. So does his teammates, and I love the protocol they have. Two players moving up here, aggression coming up forward. The glue wall does buy some time, denies a bit of damage, and Bunzin will be the one with the opener, and so does 18 Year to go for that trade. Bunzin out already, they're not stopping. One player down, it doesn't mean that the fight's gonna be stopping quite yet. It's just about holding, and Gaming Gladiators take the kill lead.
And it's quite dangerous coming from Fluxo. You immediately been taken out. Gaming Gladiators, they are having an advantage here with that equipment as well. And this will make Fluxo immediately need to retreat themselves coming from Intellect Center. But they are being covered. We have Falcons in the Twin Bridge. From Topia, we have Loud. On Museum, we have Buriram. So the chances are for Fluxo, either they try to run away towards the edge of the map or not.
This aggression coming through is going to be two very, very aggressive teams on the line. And look how strong Buriram United is, riding off that high from the previous games. They got 2 eliminations already, and it's going to be Loud that is their next victim. We talked about how Buriram United not only riding off that momentum, back-to-back booyahs, but it seems like from what we saw at the beginning of the day was just more of an icebreaker. If anything, they're looking for the last 2 members of Loud. They're not stopping. Wasana doing Wasana things, very aggressive, taking up space, just trying his best to just take as much of these fights as possible. Spots out 2, drops that glue wall, and then moves out of the way. Love this quick reaction.
Unfortunately for Fluxo, they have been taken on the 12th place.
Wait, this is massive.
Wasana.
Well, Wasana finds 1. Not to trade. Oh, would have been massive if he was able to isolate that. Not happening quite yet, but his teammates are around. They're hovering, looking for the final 2 members of Loud, like vultures in the line. UAV deployed as well, just to give them a bit of an idea if they're still hanging around, and they do. Funa, not afraid to show himself out here. They try to break the glue wall as well. Nothing more, nothing less. All about getting that reset around before they go for the engagement for round number 2.
Right, and for Buriram, we are seeing they are trying to fall back after they are losing Wasana, but Wasana have been revived again, so they need a quick reset from the team. But coming from Loud, they were good. They were left with 2 of the players, immediately revived 2 again, and they know they got the backup. So they got Wasana, and now Funa left alone on the 2nd floor. But unfortunately for Funa, Yago with that SKS immediately taking him out.
It's Yago, one of the sharpest players we've seen. But then again, we also see Asana, who's just so quick on that. It's just a game of trades in this situation. I get your friend, you get my friend. With a double swing, a buddy system. When you are with a team that's so individually talented, each one bringing firepower on their own, 18 Deer, a player that's been able to not only 1v3 once, but twice, in fact, is a very terrifying predicament. How do you keep yourself alive? How do you stop yourself from being isolated? Glue melters thrown around just to buy a little bit more space, deny him from being able to push up forward, rushing up upstairs, one waiting at the downside, finds nothing. Putete finds no one quite yet, and it's just so easy for each player to say, okay, we see the aggression come through, let's just reconvene with our teammates, go a little bit aggressive, play together. Because in these situations, when you are isolated, the biggest problem right now is your teammates not only having to spend to bring you back in the game, but also resources that are going to be wasted.
Yes, I do agree with that. And for Gaimin, what I love about them right now, they know that Twisted Mind are pushing aggressively.
Right.
They immediately went out the window, moved to the next compound, and taking their time to see where is the place that they can move on.
Yeah, but for now, it's going to be Dew. Finds one already, they're quick. Hongan back in the game, but for Twisted Minds, they're in trouble. Nameless knocked already. You can see Peter slowly but surely making his way forward. And he's a player that loves to take up space, makes either a lot of damage or a lot of distractions. It doesn't really matter in this situation. Diamond knocked down already. They're so quick on that trade. Portal Go is here, moves out of the way. And they're realizing that if they don't move now, they're going to be punished. And they do. One by one, the members of Twisted Mind will be taken out, but not enough to completely take them out of the game.
Oh, for Twisted Mind, almost. But coming from Buriram as well, they already taken one of the players coming from RRQ. They are getting closer and closer towards...
Wait, this angle is disgusting! Look how Funa played that! Kawan cannot run, did not spot him out. In fact, Moshi comes out of this fight with a triple kill.
Oh, that was an awesome fight coming from Buriram as well with 7 elimination points. We are on the 6 minutes, but we are seeing more and more aggressive gameplay coming from all the teams. With right now, Buriram are going in towards Farmtopia. We are seeing 3 of the players are getting ready for that ambush. Funa with Scar chip level 2.
Yeah.
As a long-range weapon, it's quite... I'll see that he'll try to spam the bullets toward the enemy line.
Yeah, that pressure will be...
Yeah, the pressure.
Yeah, I love that. But the positioning by Buriram United here is what I want to highlight. They have a 2-2 formation come up forward, which means that if it's on the top side, they know anyone's pushing toward them. If it's going for the trade, they're able to do that. The teammates on the bottom ground goes down, they can go for the revive if they want to. They keep each other safe, but going aggressive. And speaking of aggressive, these 2 teams are doing just that. PE Esports, a team that's been shining, in my opinion. Bit quiet to the knockout stage, but they bring more to the table. AG, Cypher, out already, but it's all about just buying the right time. Waiting right outside the door here. Perhaps Death is knocking, not quite dead. LBT tries to find him in the end, finds him. Denies a bit more damage with that glue wall. Repositions himself, moves back inside, weaving in and out. What movement he has is phenomenal. His teammate is here to go for a trade. CQC not being able to do anything about that. LBT catches Caramel off guard and straight to the lobby while his teammates bring him back in after this.
And LBT is the elimination leader for the player. Coming from 43 players, 44 just now.
Yeah.
He is the highest elimination that have gotten for the team. And right now, from what I'm seeing, the zone is shrinking. We are moving towards the 3rd zone, which is moving towards Plazaria. We have 3 teams inside the zone already. We have Gaimin getting closer, but in front of him is Buriram. Can they make it? But RRQ will be fighting them first place. And Gaimin, I think they're gonna go towards Turbine to avoid all those chaotic movement coming from the other teams. Whereas AG Global, they need to be careful. And from the elimination feed, Loud just gotten one of the players coming from Twisted Mind.
You know what's really interesting? Thinking about how Buriram United came out previously, all the way to this tournament, just running away from Team Solid, trying to figure out a way to reposition, come up alive. And now, because they're just understanding how much firepower they can bring, understanding how they can play as a team, and understanding that it's okay to give up their drop spots, they're able to come up on top and just avoid and just learn to go into different styles of play. And speaking of different styles of play here, another Titan is in the line as well of fire for Buriram United. Up by high, had no chance to reposition or move. He thought he could buy some time, can't do quite that. 1,400 gold coins in the bag. Buriram United, the whole map is their oyster at the situation.
Yeah, and they are showing that this map is owned by them. And what we are seeing is Posey just being knocked down by Nero with the Bison. But he'll try to loot again, coming from the enemy. And they are using the monster truck. Are we going to see a monster truck being used at the end of the zone later on?
Wouldn't be surprised if that's going to be happening. It's going to be Twisted Minds trying to take this fight against AG. AG bring up the A game, very aggressive today, starting off aggressively. But for now, Twisted Minds moves out of the way. Nameless and Exposy is out, and so does for the Tay. Looking so terrible for them. Ju alone goes for that revive onto Cypher.
Oh, almost.
You nearly get rolled.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Duke was on point during that time. He almost getting wiped out. But then they are still alive with 3 of the players. And now we are moving towards Buriram. They are going to fight with Gaimin Gladiators.
For this Arsenal, no doubt.
Been noticed, and Wasana with a quick action with 2 of the goals has been open. He knew that his HP is below 100. He need to reset himself, but immediately going in after that 2 inhaler has been used.
They're still going on here. Wasana, one of the players that's not only quick on that reposition, quick with that firepower. Look at how much space he takes so quickly. With a 2v1 situation, and he's okay with that. His teammate's finally here though. Oliver on the other side, watching to make sure that no one is third-partying. It's a lot of trust given onto him. Wasana, truly one of the most impressive players I've seen so far from this team. Now, PE Esports, a team that we have been talking about a lot, about what they bring to the table today. Bit more quiet to the knockout stage, but today they say, okay, it's our A game, let's go a little bit more aggressive. They don't take unnecessary fights, they know when to go aggressive and when to hold that. In this situation for AEG, it seems like fight after fight. Caramel taking in a lot of damage. It's gonna be Team Solid on the top side here. Gonna be very dangerous for them. And Team Solid, one of the teams I would say has been ruining so many teams' chances that they kind of go through that rotations.
And with 11 minutes, we are at 11 squad. The zone are moving towards Plazaria. It's getting tighter and tighter. And the chances are we are seeing Buriram will be fighting with Loud as well. And Twisted Mind will caught in the middle. On the right side here from the screen. But on the left, we have Team Solid. Have a chances to hold on to gatekeep EG Global from coming in. PE Sport with 6 elimination points. They are exchanging RGS. But for RRQ as well, they are not having a clear shot right there. But they went out. But unfortunately for Twisted Mind, they have been taken out on the 11th place.
Look at this fight, quite prolonged between Falcons and PE Esports. Despite that, no one is really knocked out already. In this situation here, we move our sights onto Stop all alone, threatening for his life. Can't do more than that. It's a terrible predicament to be in. A wipeout, in fact, for AG. A heartbreak for them, despite the, I would say, a pretty good run for them for that. EVA's a bit more quiet, 1 in limbs, and they're okay with it. And this time around, another team joins this prolonged fight. It is going to be NMG, a team that's managed to get Booyah, showing us that they are also one of the most, I would say, more feared teams in this stage. This situation, round 7 already knocked already, and he's okay with that, General. Trying to scout around to find, see if anyone is hiding on the outer side. Finds no one, just about to wait. If anyone jumps out of that window, he's just going to quickly demolish them if he can. Procs left, just quickly bleed out to death. And in this situation, the Giants of Cloud falling 1 by 1. Lost 21 all alone. Needs to survive, but they're not done. Buriram United finds the final one. Can't do more than that. Funa knocked out, but the long-range pickups is going to be happening. And Loud gets completely knocked out of this one.
Great gameplay coming from Buriram. Immediately assisted their own teammate. And now Team Solid, they are trying to rush us in towards our Falcon, which are trying to hold this compound. But we have seeing Trap. They are getting ready. But Peter with that Drogon, immediately taking him out. And they are going out. Trap, they are trying to stay alive with that chrono has been broken. 2 of the blue wall as well, and immediately taken 1 of the players again. And now Nick is left alone. Can he make it? Can Team Solid make it? But unfortunately, 2 of the players again being taken out by Falcon.
Nyx is down already, a quad kill for Peter. Can't do more. Falcons this time around, perhaps the chance in the arena must be Loud right now. Home bump advantage, 1 knock already. But Wasana is the one that's on a killing spree. Look at how he's just approaching the other members of EVOS. EVOS wants to fight back, but the rush from Wasana is a bit much. He's so quick to weave back down, forth and center with so much support from his teammates. The entirety of this circle is theirs. And this situation, they're just walking 1 by 1 up and around the entirety of the eastern side, completely in Buriram United's control. A killing spree from Moshi as well in this situation. And PE Esports last 2 waiting. It's all about finding the last person alive. And RRQ trapped in a little corner. Has to be careful. Not sure where Falcons is going to be jumping through. They find out. They see Nero. Nero just buy some time with the glue wall. Can't do more than that. They're together, but because the glue wall is slowly 1 by 1 dropping down, they're just going to be completely swarmed by the other members of RRQ. EVAS is out already, and now we're down to the last few teams.
And with the 3 teams remaining, we have Buriram, Falcon, and RRQ. Only Falcon with 3 of the players on fire has been knocked down by Funa with that AWM. Can he revive himself? He's quite safe behind that wall there.
Oh! He can't do any more than that! Falcon's pressured from so many different angles. Can't even move, can't revive, can't reposition. And Buriram United with 22! I have never seen this aggression come from this team. And they bring their A-game. Eliminated at 3rd place is going to be Falcons. RRQ is here, and so is our representatives from Thai, Buriram United. Southeast Asia looks strong in this one. And they rush forward. Wasana finds Mal, completely obliterates him. And he wants more blood calling. He smells it like a shark in infested waters. Jude tries his best to put in the damage, and so does Abai High. Wasana, he's just so quick on that reposition. It's so hard to catch him. He's almost like an eel in infested waters. You catch him, and he moves out of the way. Puts in the damage. His teammate goes down. Abai High does find Funa in the end. But Wasana is the one just pick up 1 by 1. Jonah as well. What can you do when a team just completely swarms you from so many different areas? 1 more player left. He tries to make it happen. Abai High weaves in and out, but he can't isolate. And that will be the end of that. A complete wipeout. And it's going to be a complete booyah. 3 in a row for Buriram United.
goes toward Buriram! What a hell of a gameplay coming from them with how they managed to maintain that position. But a highlight towards RRQ as well on how they can maintain that fight for 1.5 minutes right there.
Can see that for Buriram United, it's almost like 4D chess if you think about it. Their positioning, allowing Wasana to be the main distraction, weaving in and out, catching everyone off guard, shotguns to the face, knocking one out, repositions. He doesn't have to worry too much about confirming those kills. Yesterday, during an interview, Wasana's face completely stoic. Today, all smiles. This is what we call confidence.
Yes, confidence indeed. They know what can they bring to the towards the match right then. And right now for Buriram, the way they play, they really showed their true colors. During the knockout stage, we are seeing them. Maybe they want to hold their cards. They don't want to go all out aggressive because they know they need to be on the 12th place. But today is the most important day. They need to be number one.
Yes.
To get the most point for tomorrow.
Gives them a bit of breathing room, gives them a bit of wriggle room as well. That advantage is just so precious. When you talk about them, we had an interview with them on day number 1 about what they were expecting from Team Solid, a team that had gate-kept them from SPS. They couldn't do anything against them, led to their downfall. But in this situation, it wasn't that. They're so confident, they feel good. They said to us, hey, we have learned from Team Solid, we've seen and understood how they play, and we can sort of readjust and readapt to their style. But, and they deliver.
Yeah, they deliver. And as we can see, Moshi really plays a role for his team with that 8 elimination points, and Wasana immediately taking him out.
So now let's just head on over to the panelists. I want to hear what they have to say about Buriram United.
Our late bloomers today have got to be crying because if they didn't get their points earlier today, Buriram is basically going to hog it from this point on. So many eliminations. I mean, they could share, but why should you share when you should be starting tomorrow with those extra points? Guys, who can stop Buriram? Because at this point, after seeing that game, 3 back-to-back Booyahs, 22 eliminations. I don't think anyone can stop this team.
I would like to say it takes a Thai team to take down another Thai team, but at this point,
no, you need an entire village to get rid of Buriram.
Yeah, they need a whole village ganking onto Buriram. But if we look at the numbers here, it is 27 eliminations by Buriram. And 27 is the magical number now. This is the most amount of eliminations by a team in a single round.
Not just that though, incredibly top heavy with these eliminations as well. Buriram with the 27, Team Falcons with the 12. As for everyone else, they're basically left picking up the scraps. And if you're looking for those points, you do not want a top heavy round because that means less points for you to pick up.
I mean, at this point, it's a bit of a struggle, right? All the teams
Not
are
a bit.
literally just
It's a very big
trying to find, scavenge any sort of scraps that they can get because it's so difficult. BRU is taking everything.
Yeah, if you kind of look at the highlights as well, right? Like Moshi on top of this rooftop with the long-range snipes, and then you got the close quarters combat. You put Funa in, you put people like Wasana who can rush in onto other teams, and they're very good with using utilities at the same time. I mean, this is a complete squad just based on this round. This is Buriram bulldozing other teams.
Yeah, I want to say one thing though. I think just BRU is just being greedy at this point. You know, they're just a bunch of like bad people.
True. I think at this point, they are probably in a really safe position to just take first. I don't think it's possible for another team to make that catch-up happen. Unless the stars align, Buriram get 0 this next round, and whoever gets these next round of points, you're going to need 30, 40 points to close that gap. An insane number of points. But maybe first place is out of reach for a lot of these teams. Second, third, definitely doable, but it's a random map. I think that's what makes it so difficult for these teams to swallow. You don't even know if you're going to get a favorable map choice.
Yeah, I mean, talking about teams who could potentially still overtake a Buriram. Well, assuming that Buriram goes out with 0 points, not jinxing them, but just saying in theory, well, teams like AG technically could still do it. I'm not sure about EVOS, though. We need to look at the overall numbers later on, but AG kind of still has a chance to take that #1 spot away.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to see, but this is the MVP. They had 8 eliminations. Of course, it's going to be Moshi, always at the top, always in the fights, right? He's constantly getting all the knocks. He's getting all the kills. He's doing everything that you could ask for.
And at least Buriram can share amongst themselves, right? Don't let Funa take all of the MVP awards. Gotta give some to your teammates, you know? Gotta praise them a little bit if you can. But for Buriram, I think that at this point, they're probably thinking, okay, guys, out of all the maps, we have taken Booyahs on 3 different maps today. If we get any repeats, that's going to be a good day for Buriram. But for the other teams, you're going to have to think, what's the next step, right? Because just like us, the teams don't know what the map is until we're ready to start hitting the basically, if you're dropping in, that's it, okay? No one knows up until it's time to play that map. So is it time to gang up on Buriram? Because that really feels like the only plan viable for these teams.
I mean, that is probably the only way, right? If you look at it. If not, it's going to be Buriram that's the one ganking up onto the other teams by playing a third party. But hey, look who has arrived.
We have a guest on stage. I wonder if this is a sign.
I mean,
technically it's a cat though. Just saying.
Yeah, it's a cat. I'm okay, I think. I'm going to be a little bit careful. Maybe I'll step over just a bit.
I care for you.
But I think it's still a BRU fan at the end of the day.
It's okay. Cloud's a cat man.
Yeah.
Understand.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at the overall standings just to see where everyone is right before we hit that final map today. So obviously Buriram at the top with 101 points, but AG Global 76 points. They've got to hit jackpot for this final map if they want to try and swipe that first place away.
I mean, it's going to be very difficult, but I just want to put a little bit of context in terms of how monstrous this score is by Buriram, right? 101 points. If we're talking about the tiebreaker yesterday, right, between Our Glory Gaming and Fluxo, right? They had 102 points over 12 games, right? So they've done this in 5 games. How monstrous is that?
Absolutely. But if you think about Fluxo as well, they're currently at the second last place. And if you end the day at the second last place, I mean, you don't really get much out of today. So again, it's like the opposite story, right? Between Buriram and also Fluxo, the way you start and the way you end, it's like the total opposite.
Yes, for sure, for sure. And I mean, they get 0 points, right, going into this one. You don't want to be, I think going into this one, again, how many points you want for that head start is that you want to be in, first through 10th place. 10th is that cutoff. And so you got to get some sort of points going to the grand finals tomorrow.
Yeah. Now, as we get ready to jump into our final game of the day, we're going to have to say goodbye to Sensei Tig. He's going to help us out on the main stage. You can get that map going. So thank you, Sensei. We'll see you in a second. But for us, okay, let's head on over to the schedule so you guys know what has happened today for Point Rush Day, because we are about to jump into our final map, and it's Nextera! Oh boy, this is some bad news bears for a few teams, because Buriram, they just picked up a Booyah on Nextera, and they did it in such a flashy fashion. If we don't see some teams ganging up on Buriram, I think this team is going to get their final Booyah.
You know, I can imagine the conversation, right? Imagine if like the team say that, hey, we want to gang out the Buriram, and they go like, oh, okay, sure. Why don't you go first? No, you go first. No, you go first, because who's going to start it off?
Okay, the alternate plan, okay. We say gang up Buriram, but what if it's the opposite? You say, okay, this is where Buriram drops. We drop on the opposite side of the map, so they don't chase after us.
I mean, at this point, it's a pretty good strategy, to be honest. I think you avoid this beast. You try to do what you can, or you look to maybe third party, fourth party, whatever you can do to not take them head on. They're very good with confrontations and those team fights, and they just like literally take over the games.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, at this point, instead of you wanting to try gank up Buriram at the same time, maybe you be the one that, okay, you tell people to gank up, but you stay away. It's like, haha, gotcha. Just saying.
I mean,
reverse psychology is a thing, though.
I wish the teams could talk in game, but that is not a feature, unfortunately. But we'll see if the teams have that idea in mind, or what idea they have in mind to begin with. But first, we're going to pass it over to our casters as we get ready for our final game of the day. Who's going to grab this final Booyah?
Who will get this final Booyah? We had 3 in a row from Buriram United,
We've seen a target on Buriram United's back.
Yep.
And in this situation, Buriram United is probably saying, bring it on, homies.
And what's amazing about Buriram, between 3 games, immediately they have taken #1 just like that.
How are they doing this? I mean, we talk a lot. I mean, me and you, we talk a lot about mindset shift. We talk a lot about confidence.
Yep.
But my question is, what did Buriram United have before match number 3?
I also know answer to that.
I need them. I need them to tell me so that I too could become a back-to-back Booyah giver.
But then, yeah, we are going to see the last game here.
Right.
Next Terra. Just now, they have been playing it, and we saw how Buriram immediately taking the advantage, making sure that the pressure is being done by the enemy team.
Right.
But now, can they maintain it? Or the chances are AG Global, the closest towards them, gonna take over #1 spot.
That'll be really interesting because when we talk about Buriram United, they have been really not just aggressive, but they are, you know, like what the panel said, they are greedy.
Yeah.
They're going around collecting as many eliminations as they can. They're going around just completely obliterating teams. And they're okay with letting one player go away because they're like, that's fine. Bring your teammates back in. We're not afraid. In fact, for us, that's considered a point farm. They got booyahs as well. And that's what makes them so terrifying.
Yes.
They're very patient.
Yep.
They have really good trigger discipline. They don't, I don't know how it is, but when you talk about their communications, we have Wasara taking up space. And in the background, we have Jonah and Funa as well, just doing those long-range pickoffs and cleanups.
Yep, I
don't know
agree
where
with
to look at them. Like, who do we look at? Do we look at Wasana or do we look at Funa?
We'll see in this match on how they played. But from here, we are seeing the drop coming from each of the teams. They are going right now. Intellect Center, Fluxo and Gaimin again. They'll be hot dropping each other, trying to fight for this drop spot. And Fluxo gaining the first eliminations, making Gaimin Gladiators have to back away. If not, then the chances are they need to fight 4 of the players coming from Fluxo.
It's a really interesting situation because I thought to myself, okay, this fight has happened at Intellect Center. Perhaps a change would be needed here because if I remember correctly, Fluxo and Gaming Gladiator, both of them came up with heavy losses. As Gaming Gladiator came up on top at the very, very end. Look at how Coach Hill has really positioned himself so far away. And this is a good thing. Make sure that no one's rotating over. Try and get as much information as possible. And these long-range fights are massive because if, say, your teammates are taking up space and fighting with them, he can put in those long-range damage.
I do agree. For Coach Hill, he need to make sure that there are no players that are trying to run away coming from Intellect Center. But what I'm seeing here for Fluxo, they are immediately using that Tatsuya, going to rush in, but Raz has been taken out. And Liam trying to assist by 2v1. Can he make it? But unfortunately, with that SMG as well. AUG done by India, immediately assisted and taken one of the players coming from Fluxo as well.
It's never been an all-in fight. It's all about those one-point pickoffs if they can. 18 here is the one that we have our eyes on. I think every single team is doing that. Now, speaking of fights, it's going to be RRQ. Just finding one Tattoo 13, Team Solid all alone, and they're going to be happy to take him out of here. These early fights, a very interesting one. I thought it was going to be a less aggressive early fight for this one, given it's the last match of the point rush. Doesn't seem to be the case here with Fluxo leading the charge in terms of eliminations. 3, in fact, as they move into this fight again. Waksa is back, brings back Nyx as well, and is going to boots it all alone. Catches one player off guard, a finisher! Quadra for him, and Fluxo looking rad and mad.
Good job coming from Fluxo. Right now, they are on the 11th place on the overall ranking, so they need these elimination points to boost them to get a higher ranking, a better point for a start tomorrow. But for AG Global, Cypher has been shot down with Parafall by Nero, PE Sports. But immediately being revived by Stop. They are waiting, they are looking, where are the players coming from PE Sport? Are they going to rush us in or they'll be just dropping by?
Interesting phenomenon if you think about this particular team for AG. Starting off the day, high elimination points. Not as aggressive, but understanding that they know that elimination is the key. But this time around, they found themselves on the other end of the barrel. But let's have a look at this replay first between Fluxo as well as Gaming Gladiator. They find Coachil all alone, and he was so separated, isolated from his teammates before finally they just completely collapsed onto the other members of Gaming Gladiators. That's how Fluxo was able to win this fight. And it was just Bunsin all alone. He managed to get a quad there, understanding that positioning is key and isolating these fights. And in a way, it's such an outplay for the mistakes done by Gaming Gladiators.
Yes, and with that as well, they need to reset again. And with the zone are going towards Zipway near Farmtopia, then the dangerous spot for each of the team there. And for the Sci-Fi, is trying to hold it in with that glue wall there. We have traps coming from Team Solid, trying to break that glue wall as well.
Saifa's so low. Gonna go for that reset, coming by to see what's gonna be happening. He seems to be left alone here. Inhaler use, he knows and hears his footsteps. He knows that X-Trap 7 is here. Comes to the top side, repositions, and that's massive. Denies the damage, be able to just really buy some time for him, for his teammates to come find him. Not able to do that. Gets a bit of a heal, and up, pick me up in fact. Waits for the right opportune moment. X-Trap 7 understanding that if he were to just be playing alone and gets caught off guard here, he will be punished.
Oh.
But he is the one that is doing the punishing. Sci-Fi knocked down, and it's just so beautifully played by Team Solid.
Yeah, and now they are getting that one elimination points toward the team, but we have Twisted Mind. They are engaging with the Nanshu Miners with the glue wall there. Protote coming in strong with the Bison. Immediately taken one out by Proxy with the Parafall. Diamond has also been taken out, but it's being revived. Chrono has been opened. Then they will be rushing in with the Tatsuya as well. With that, they are trying. Prox has been taken down, and now we are left with one. Nando is trying to run away, but unfortunately, 3 players engage with him, and Emily taking him out as well.
Twisted Minds. Finally finding their rhythm. This is massive with 7 already. Now EVOS, an interesting one. We talked about how they were able to get the top 2 earlier, but they weren't able to replicate that same success quite yet. It has been very, very competitive for them, hard for them to reposition. Now it's going to be Nero all alone in this situation. He can't do much, not enough income to really bring his teammates back in. It's all about being able to survive as much as he can, get as many of those coins before he brings them back. And speaking of bringing it back, it's going to be Boram United! What a shot! Finds the Miners, eliminates them. 12th place. And this must be heartbreaking.
Heartbreaking indeed, but now we are seeing Twisted Mind, PE Spot joining the lobby with 11th place, been done by Twisted Mind. 8 elimination points. They are leading the eliminations in these 6 minutes. 2 squads been taken out immediately, but we are seeing Team Solid. They are trying to get one of the players coming from AG Global. Stop. And now with that 2 elimination points, they are moving. We are seeing the zone moving towards Intellect Center, where RRQ already standing by. Whereas Falcon and Loud, they'll be fighting with each other maybe on Mortar Ruins.
Interesting. If you look at Twisted Minds, aggressive, but not too much. Positioning, I would say conservative, but they're doing such a good job of being able to go aggressively without compromising any of their members. And they wait. They know that Boram United is close. But on the other hand here, it's going to be the home turf, I would say, advantage for Falcons that finds themselves gate-kept by Loud. Loud, a team that is incredibly loud. They bring the fire, they bring the aggression. But the fight is going to be moving over to EVOS. A team that wants to replicate their success at the beginning of the day. Finds Saifa all alone. He's already knocked out. Bring back already. All alone. Has to just move away with their teammates. EVOS, good protocols coming forward. But Saifa is going to be trying to find themselves and move them to his teammates. Knocked out already. Finished, in fact. Quad kill for Abax. And Carmel left all on his lonesome. Keeping very quiet, not allowing anyone to find him. He needs to be able to bring his teammates. He needs to be able to survive a little bit longer if they want to overtake Boram United at the top spot.
Oh, what a quick revive by AG Global as well. We are seeing they already revived their whole teammate, but they need to make sure that they have a spot to reset and regroup again. But for EVOS, they are using the jump pad, trying to go with the zone closing in. We are at the second zone, which is, I could say that the damage has been done quite tactical towards the player as well.
Yeah, no one really taking so much damage. Gaming Gladiators left with 2 in the bag. You can see there, they were trying to rotate into the area outside toward Museum. Finds themselves toe-to-toe with Buram United. Immediately U-turns back. And near them as well is RRQ. Bring our eyes onto this fight. EVOS is here. Toe-to-toe, find themselves against Loud. One already knocked down. It's all about just getting that knockdown onto Yago. Waiting for the right opportune moment. They're using Yago as bait, if I'm not mistaken. EVOS has been trying to get to the circle. I was concerned that they were running straight into Loud. But clearly, they knew what to expect. Finding Yago, and now for EVOS, they're saying, okay, we're out in the zone a bit too long, too much on the line. We're gonna run out of resources. We have to reposition. And on top of that, if we are late into the circle, getting gate caps is gonna be one of the biggest problems they're gonna have.
Of course, right now with Twisted Mind, they are gatekeeping right now. This with Team Solid, AG Global, we have EVOS, we have Loud are trying to get in. So the chances are Falcon and Twisted Mind will try to find more and more elimination points, and Team Solid gotten one, but Trap have been knocked down by Nameless. Can they make it? Right now the zone are also shrinking in.
Look at how many teams are still outside in the zone.
Well.
There's so many!
Yeah. There are 2 players right now. AG Globals has been taken out as well, coming from Fluxo. Twisted Mind already taken a step back with that portal go as well. And now in 20 seconds left, the zone will shrink towards Intellect Center. This will be much more dangerous than the previous round with only a small spot there. And they need either to swim or to use the bridge to get to the other side. But if let's say they have the portal go, then the chances are who will be going first will have the certain advantage to gatekeep the other 4 teams.
I think this is hunting season!
Oh.
They found Caramel! He tried his best to survive, just wait it out. He can't do that. Protote, 3. It's so refreshing seeing another team kind of lead the eliminations right now. It's going to be Twisted Minds. 11 in their pocket, going to be so happy and excuse me, gonna be very happy with that. Excuse me. I was a bit distracted looking at Buram United. They were right in front of Twisted Minds, but that fight's not happening yet. It's gonna be EVOS finally finding themselves in front of the Falcons. The Falcons have been gate kept for so very long, finds themselves in the low ground, but it's gonna be EVOS that's gonna be punished for daring to encroach into the area of Falcons. Good protocols, good trades, good collapse. Just denying that pickoff from the other area. On Fire is here, like his name. He can go very, very hard, and once he does, he goes in for the aggression. Speaking of aggression, it's going to be Buram United. Diamond goes and finds 1 member for himself. Funa is there for 2.
Oh.
Good enough. Buram United, Wasana as well. Punished. And Funa finally will be the last one. It's going to be Moshi all alone. Moshi, the star player. The one that makes things happen. Wasana is very much alive. Still waiting here. But the fight's over on the bottom side with Wasana waiting quietly behind the glue wall. It's making sure that he can be found. And I don't think they have marked him quite yet because of all this chaos. He finds himself in front of Team Solid. Nick to be knocked out already. Wasana becomes the eel. Does what he does best. Finding a way, just really isolate these fights, go for the sprays, and it's so hard to react to this. And Diamond, despite the damage he's done to Buram United, unable to completely obliterate them from the game.
Oh, Wasana really carried the team there, but Team Solid has been taken out on the 9th place, together with Falcon on the 10th. And right now, the zone is shrinking, moving towards the Intellect Center, where RRQ are having the advantage. Twisted Mind with 14 elimination points, leading the leaderboard right here, but Buriram is trying to hold them out. We are seeing a quarter of his HP. Emily headshot there. And with the Bison was Sana. Emily taking 1 more elimination. And with that, Twisted Mind wipes out on the 8th place. 7 squad remaining on the 12 minutes.
What an interesting situation. Moshi eating a lot of damage there. Survived, and they spray. Stop saying stop right there. Get knocked to the lobby, and he does quite that. Takes him down, double for stop. Huge wins for him. Start off really, really good, and they also get a reset for their teammates, bringing them back into the game. This is massive, and now the kill leader replaced by RRQ. Wasana, all alone, quiet. Trying to find a situation where he can go for these isolated fights. Those pickups will be very, very massive. Bit more of a quiet game for Buram United, but for RQ, this is for them. Shooting all the members of AG out of the sky. Triple heal for Bite High. Not the best situation to be in AG, despite their efforts to stay alive, they can't.
Oh, what a great gameplay. It's great strategy coming from RRQ. They have 2 up on the tower and 2 down below, trying to demolish the other teammates that have been revived. And Wasana,
what are you doing?
immediately taken Loud on the 6th place.
He was all alone at one moment. Brings back his teammate and aggression all around. Moshi knocked already. Able to be revived, no problem at all. But in this situation, it's gonna be a problem for Gaming Gladiators. Trying to keep alive. Protocols all around. RQ understanding that they can't go too aggressively. In this situation, third party is definitely a strat for many of these teams. Dutz tries his best. Throwables, everything in the kitchen sink thrown out. And Gaming Gladiators, they struggle. Trying to get pick up, trying to go for the reset. But alive, slowly but surely, chipped. And Coachil gets knocked down once again.
Oh, but for RRQ, they are ready. With all the troubles has been done, Coachil has been knocked down by A124. Razor coming in with Abai High. They are trying to making sure for the team Gaming Gladiators will not going in. But for Coachil has been revived again. They are still waiting patiently. And RRQ also already moved back. Buriram, Mushi has been taken out by Mal. Trying to revive his own teammate. Wasana had to take a step back after the push coming from you, but
They did not see him! He's just so good! A silent killer! Call him an assassin! Whatever you want to say! He comes out when you least expect it! You think you're safe, and suddenly you're flying from the back! Moves out of the way, Wasana! Buys some time with that glue wall! It's so quick on that! His teammates are around. He goes inside. As he knows there's one in there! He doesn't! But he survived! Stop does find him in the end! 4th place, Wasana carries the team on his back all the way to 4th, and that's enough! Top 3 now. AG with only 1 member. Fluxo and RQ happy and healthy with 4. Bunsin finds 2 members of RQ already. Ahead on 4v4 here. Finds GU as well. Mal tries to bring more. He's just proning on the top side, buying some time, healing for as long as he can. MT7 is here. Portal Go finds him, and he rushes down. Drops to the bottom. Finds no one, and he's okay with that. So quick in the reposition. Buy some time. But the booyah is going to go to no other than our team here.
Oh, what a great gameplay coming from Fluxo! At last, they got the booyah for the last match. What a good job coming from them.
Massive, if you think about it. This is the team that was on the brink of knockout. This is a team that won through the tiebreaker. And they make it in the end, breaking the streak of Buriram United. Takes down the kill leader, RRQ. This is a team that has perseverance, resilience. A team that is one of the best from Brazil. RRQ comes in second, but kudos to them, shining in the end of the day.
Shining, shining indeed. And also for AG Global and Buriram. For Buriram, Wasana really did his time. Really, he was alive.
He
and
was massive
he
at
tried
surviving.
himself, taking out all the players all by himself and gotten the 4th place. But for AG Global as well, they tried their best, but they are being pushed as well. And with that, RRQ and Fluxo were the one fighting. But for RRQ, from what I'm seeing, unfortunately for them, they were fighting on outside the zone where the damage is so big.
That is, but for now, the breakdown will be happening from our panelists. Guys, what on earth happened there?
Well, what we do know for a fact is that Fluxo, they started strong and they ended strong by getting our first and last booyahs today on Point Rush Day. And sure, maybe they didn't manage to take first place away from Buriram. That was a behemoth task for any team that wanted to try. But for Fluxo, we were worried about them coming into Point Rush, and to see this ray of light beaming across this team, fans from Brazil, they've got to be so happy for Fluxo and looking forward to seeing how they're going to do today. But let's talk Fluxo. That end game for them was perfect. Eliminations, positioning, everything was in their favor, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, end of the game, elimination leader, and then they grab that point for the placement, ending with 34 in total and 22 on elimination. I mean, this is different Fluxo overall, but as you mentioned, it's only from the beginning up until the end, but what happened in between, that is where they had difficulty.
Yeah, but I gotta take it out of the game, right? And gotta give it to Fluxo as well. I mean, this is mentality of champions if you kind of think about it. Like, you had a really big drop even during the group stages as well, but you still managed to bounce back at the end. Now, of course, it's not the end yet. We still got tomorrow, but they still showed that they are still able to stand up again even though they went down.
I mean, the biggest thing is consistency, right? I mean, getting the first and the sixth one is great, but in the middle, they kind of fell asleep, right? And I'm kind of worried for this one, especially if you're going to go up against BRU, where you have to play your A game every single game.
Yeah, actually, speaking of BRU, right, they did reasonably well in this round. Even though they didn't get the booyah, they still managed to get eliminations. They hung around, so they were able to also pick up points for themselves. So the consistency for Buriram, it's still there, okay? Yeah, not a booyah, but the points, the placements, they're proving that, yeah, okay, first two games are still snoozing. Maybe someone's still left at the hotel. We kind of don't know what happened there. But at the end of the day, if you finish on top by getting so many back-to-back booyahs, that's a good sign for you going into grand finals, because we've finished all of our games today for Point Rush. These teams are locked in for their grand finals Headstart Points. And now it's D-Day. This is the time where these teams, you can't afford to make mistakes anymore for grand finals, because if you mess up in that next game, that might just be it. Your key's getting crushed.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, well, so far, before crushing of the keys will be happening, let's see. The MVP, it is Bobs with 8 elimination and close to 3,000 in the damage. Not so much healing needed because they kept their distance from all the gunfight. We saw them earlier on the final battle wherein Wasana was trying to survive and they was just hanging in there trying to look for an enemy.
Yeah, and if you look at their strategy, so this is probably the strategy that works well for them, but does it work all the time? Not really though, because if you kind of like try to stay away from fights, there's another side to look at it, is that you may lose elimination points to other teams. So sometimes you really have to get in. But maybe in this round is that they try to find the momentum again, try to find their what works for them, at least from a mentality perspective. So that's why they kind of stay away from fights and take those long distance instead.
No, I think it's a huge confidence boost for them, right? And I think that they played it well. It was the whole risk versus reward thing, and they ended up paying off with spades. I think that that's what you want to do, especially going into the grand finals. Yes, they didn't take the top 3 in this one, I don't think. We're going to have to calculate. I don't have my abacus right now, but we're going to find out and see exactly where they stand.
Well, we have the graphical abacus that's going to be popping up in just a second here, showing the final scoreline for these teams today. So as we can see at the very top, Buriram United Esports going to be taking the lion's share of Point Rush points today, followed by AG Global. Props to AG. Super consistent today, always either towards the middle of the pack or grabbing those eliminations. This is something that you're looking for if you are supporting a team that can consistently prove that they are reliable every game.
Yeah, I mean, AG Global, same as Buriram United Esports. 3 out of 6 maps, top 3, 50% overall. That's what they need right now. That consistency as well as a little bit more of tactic gameplay coming from the team, initiation coming from Do, and the rest of the team just going in as a follow-up. That's what they need right now. Thus, they grab 51 on the elimination. But if we're talking about elimination overall, Buriram United Esports, 71 in total.
Yeah, that is a big number there. But on the other end, though, I want to point it out loud. Yeah, unfortunately, they are on the other end, and there were a lot of expectation for Laos, considering that they did really, really well during the group stages. But at this stage, unfortunately, it totally didn't work out for them. I mean, they lost a lot of their early fights where they run into a team, they lost fights. It's all about just losing fights for Laos. So, should we be too concerned? Maybe, maybe not, because the points might not be that big, but still, every point might matter.
Yeah, I want to actually kind of go on a little bit deeper on that one, because Loud actually in the group stage, they had 133 eliminations in 12 games. That's 11 kills a game, right? They ended up with what, 22 over 6 games? This was a really bad day for Loud.
Really bad day, and I guess we have to also factor into consideration that previously in those previous groups, certain matchups were not possible. Now we have our top 12 teams lumped together, and all of a sudden, you're in a really stacked lobby, and sometimes you're going to have some Titans clash early, you know? As much as you want to drop in your favorite drop points, someone else also likes that drop point. So you have to remember, do you concede or do you fight for it? And we've seen a couple teams, you know, as strong as they are, sometimes in the early game, you just fall to the silliest of things because, you know, RNG when you're trying to pick up loot. If you try and compete with another team, Neptune, you said this to me before, if someone picks up a gun and someone picks up a glue wall, you know who's going to win that matchup.
Definitely. I mean, glue wall might be able to stop damage, but you won't be able to put up so much damage. But one thing's for sure, I'm hoping giving the best out for Buriram United for the grand finals, because we all know they can put this fight, they can put this all points right here, but when it comes to where it really matters, at some point that's where they fail.
Just putting out another theory, maybe because they're #1, so a lot of these teams, they already kind of studied Loud, so kind of blocked Loud out from getting more points.
Yeah, maybe they're trying to get that target off their back, you know, just sort of cool it down a little bit, maybe not have those points. We'll have to find out later today, but we are going to have a quick interview with Bop, so let's see what he has to say after that victory.
Hey everyone, welcome to our interview show after the match. Right next to me is Fluxo Bobs. Bobs, can you say hello to the audience, please?
Você pode dizer oi para a audiência, por favor?
E aí, rapaziada, tranquilo? Como vocês estão?
E aí? Hi guys, how are you?
A very warm greeting. So, congratulations on your first Booyah. During our 6 matches today, how would you rate your team performance?
Parabéns pela sua boia hoje. Durante os nossos 6 jogos hoje, como você classificaria a performance do time de vocês?
Foi uma performance ali razoável, fechamos 2 buias, mas não jogamos tão bem como deveríamos, mas amanhã é a final, todo mundo está confiante e empolgado para a final, concentrado apenas para amanhã.
It was a reasonable one. It was only 2 booyahs. We still concentrated for tomorrow.
For me, 2 booyah is very good enough. So, did you have fun today and experience many new things in the game as well?
Para mim, 2 booyahs é bastante. Vocês também se divertiram? Tiveram uma boa experiência no jogo?
Com certeza, tá todo mundo alegre, feliz. O buia dá uma alegria imensa também, então é isso, tá todo mundo feliz.
Sure, everyone is happy, everyone is excited. Booyah makes everyone happy.
That's good to hear. Have you prepared any tactics that you want to show to other teams in the grand finals tomorrow?
Você preparou alguma tática que você quer mostrar para algum time para a grande final amanhã?
Tática sempre tem, mas provavelmente nós vamos manter o que nós fizemos. Tá dando certo, entre aspas, mas na final vai dar certo, pode confiar.
We always have tactics. We're going to keep doing what we're doing, and we're going to keep it for tomorrow.
Amazing. Last word, anything you want to say to the viewers and the Fluxo fans?
Alguma coisa que você quer dizer para os fãs de Fluxo e Veros?
Para todo mundo tá aí acompanhando, tá acordando cedo aí no Brasil, muito obrigado pela torcida e é nóis, segue o fluxo, vapo.
For everyone who's seeing us waking up early in Brazil, that's it, we're there. Follow Fluxo.
That's really great. Congratulations again on your very second Booyah. Now, let's head back to the studio, everyone.
Thank you, Yunsul. I heard some very motivated fans there from Fluxo during the interview. But great news for Fluxo. Team's feeling really good, especially getting that final Booyah. But it's not over for Fluxo or any team because we are literally setting up for this grand final. That's going to be kicking off tomorrow. Everything on the line. 12 teams are going to be cut down to 1 because only one of them will be able to hold that trophy and be crowned the champion here at the Esports World Cup. This is going to be our schedule for today. As per usual, no big changes, same order of maps, but the big question mark there, what is going to be that random map? We won't know up until that game starts tomorrow. But gentlemen, we've had an explosive day today. Storylines are being made and set up for that grand final day. Any final thoughts before we end the show for today?
Well, again, I'll repeat what I said about Buriram United. Hopefully they can hear me. Hopefully they can finish this tournament well, because they've done that in knockout stage. They've done that in the qualifiers, and this is their chance to break that curse.
I mean, a lot of hype for Buriram, I understand, but let's not forget as well what the casters did mention about Falcons, I mean, they have the home ground support, the fans are cheering for them, and maybe tomorrow will be the day they prove it back to the fans.
Yeah, and it looks like Fluxo has actually heard the fans, the Brazilian fans, about how they really need to step up. They did so. Now the Brazilian fans need to get on the other 3 Brazilian teams to kind of pick them up because they're going to really need your support tomorrow.
I think a lot of teams are going to want your support. So if there's anyone that you're supporting, let them know. Show it on their social media. Send them messages because this is the final moments that you're going to have left before we do end this entire tournament, the entire show, the grand finale. But to everyone that is watching, thank you all so much. It is day 4, second last day here at the Esports World Cup. Come back tomorrow, exact same time, and find out with us who will be our champion here for the Free Fire Esports World Cup 2024. My name is Danielle, my analyst here. We have Neptune, SoCloud, and Hauler. We're all signing off. See you all tomorrow.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?